You're watching Real Simple News with Kale McCullough on Friday, August 28th. Today's top news story: the Department of Justice comes out and admits that Jacob Blake, the unarmed black man killed by the white police officer, wasn't unarmed. He had a knife, and the police were called there by his ex-girlfriend because he showed up and was harassing people, and the cops came there to arrest him. They knew he had an arrest warrant. Also, US Marshals rescue 39 missing children in Operation Not Forgotten, including 15 real sex trafficking victims, not like the Epstein victims who were masseuses who then gave hand jobs to creepy old dudes. Real Simple News is an open source news organization. You can find us on GitHub at github.com/realsimplenews/realsimplenews. This is issue ticket 94 for this show. If you find any sort of errors, factual errors, you can correct them here by going down to the bottom and filling out a comment. You can also find links to the articles. This is going to be a long show. We're going to be up here for a while. There's a lot of fake news tonight. But please refer to the articles by the number, and but it's a little bit difficult for most people to find that, so it's going to be easier to find it at realsimplenews.net / issue 94 for this show. You can find links to the GitHub issue ticket and the articles presented, as well as a donation button where you can make a donation via PayPal. And donations go to fund WikiSpy, an open source fact-checking service and tool to monitor wiki-like sites for tampering by hostile agents and political bias, as well as the Real Simple News Network app. It's an RSS reader and live stream indie news manager and thumbnail generator. In today's top story, Wisconsin Attorney General reveals police recovered a knife from the driver's side floor of Jacob Blake's car and says one cop shot him several times as they responded to 911 call from Blake's girlfriend. Jacob Blake, the alleged rapist, the unarmed black man hunted down by the white cop. That entire narrative is a lie. African Americans commit 5 to 10 times as much violence. There's almost 20,000 deaths in the United States, or murders in the United States every year. About half of them are committed by African Americans. 54% of the victims are black. 93% of those victims were killed by an African American. Most of these people are hood Democrats. Those are low-income, big city liberals who live in the hood, and they have high crime and drug abuse and low GPAs. So they're violent, they're stupid, and they engage in groupthink. Jacob Blake was shot several times in the back in a justified police shooting. Blake was 29. He was shot in front of his children because he was running from the police, and he had a knife in his hand, and he was going to engage in a high-speed chase with the cops with the kids in the car. Officers responded to a 911 call by Blake's girlfriend, who said that her boyfriend was present and he was not supposed to be on the premises. Officers tried to subdue Blake with a taser, but were unsuccessful. This was the part that they left out. This is what you need to understand when you see a video of police killing someone. If you only see some little itty-bitty little clip of that incident, the chances are that it was fake news. You can do the same thing with movies. You can take clips out of context and you can spin them around, and you can even make entire movies where you can make up fantastic stories just by taking little clips out of context. The Department of Justice said Blake told officers he had a knife in his possession. Officers later recovered a knife from the driver's side floor of the floorboard. Officer Rudin Shishki, a 7-year veteran of the department, was identified as the cop who fired all 7 shots. So it was a woman. So they want to just think, make you think, this guy's just a family man, right? That's because they want to get millions of dollars in donations. Dude, Daily Mail is so fake, dude. They can't show you the actual truth. See, what you have to understand about the Daily Fake Mail and Fake News Week is that they have a business model where they have to put out X free articles to get Y subscriptions, and they write the news to the audience. So they can't tell you the truth because their audience won't buy it, and this is why they are so scarily delusional. We've already seen this on this show. This is the news for us.
You are bogus!
And here's the other side of the coin. What they don't show you is that the police were wrestling Jacob Blake to the ground. They tased him. And he got up and he walked around.
You have to get back.
See, they can't actually show you the truth. So here is the knife in question. You can see the picture of him with body armor on. Oh, wait, wrong screen. There, you can see the knife right there. And because here, in this next fake news article from the Indy Star, which has a green NewsGuard certification, fact check, Jacob Blake did not brandish knife, get gun before Kenosha police shooting. So here's the fake news method that they're using to deceive you. They say he did not brandish a knife and a gun. He wasn't good. He didn't brandish the knife and get the gun. Only it was in his hand in the video that you saw. So yeah, it's true. He didn't do that and get a gun. So it's technically not false, but it's incredibly deceptive. In fact, that's one of the reasons why NewsGuard would not give you a green check mark. But NewsGuard is leftist trash. Here we can see the knife on the ground over here. So here's some other pictures of Jacob Blake where he's not looking like such a nice family guy, right? See, when you spin the story, when you only show some of the details, the truth gets lost. You have to show all of the details and you have to show them, put the bottom line up front because most people aren't going to read too far into it. And if you don't do that, it's fake news. In this next article from the Atlanta Courier-Journal, 15 sex tracking... Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry. Got to chop the clip up. In this next article from the Atlanta Courier-Journal... Hold on. In this next article from the Atlanta Journal-Courier... 15 sex trafficking victims among 39 missing children recovered in Georgia. For law enforcement officials who spend countless hours investigating child sex trafficking cases, the work can feel like an uphill battle against evil. Those who traffic minors for sex tend to fly under the radar, and when a child is rescued from an abusive situation, they're often reluctant to accept help or speak out against those who are harmed. So they say QAnon is just an absolute conspiracy theory, like there's There's no truth to it, but statistically, you're very highly likely to have some of these sex traffickers work for the federal government. It's a fact. Statistics are like that. The federal government hires millions of people. And when you have that many people, you're going to have, statistically likely, you're going to have X percent pedophiles, X percent sex traffickers, and X percent of them are, hold on, Y percent sex traffickers, and Z percentage of them will work for the federal government. It's just a fact of statistics. There's nothing fishy about that. In Metro Atlanta alone, authorities estimate 300 young girls are lured into sex trafficking each month. That's a lot. That's just one city. So to think that QAnon is completely baseless would be foolish. Quote, these are not children that are in some way, in some faraway land, faraway land. I think they missed the space there. Said Donald Washington, director of the US Marshals Service. Quote, they are America's children. They are kids that need to go home and find. Sorry, we need to go and find. End quote. During a recent 2-week operation in Metro Atlanta and Macomb, investigators did just that. A collaborative effort involving federal, state, and local law enforcement officials resulted in the recovery of 39 missing children, including 15 who authorities said were trafficked for sex. Not like the Epstein victims who were masseuses and then they gave hand jobs and showed their tits. These are like actual real pedophiles in a child sex trafficking ring. As part of Operation Not Forgotten, members of the U.S. Marshals Service, the GBI, and other state agencies conducted searches at dozens of Georgia homes, apartments, and hotel rooms in search of missing children, officials said Thursday during a news conference in Atlanta. Those recovered ranged in age from 3 years old to 17, Washington said. Some had been missing for 2 weeks, while others had been away from their families for 2 years. Of the 39 children recovered, 26 were considered endangered by officials. Operation also led to the arrest of 9 people, some of whom now face sex trafficking charges. Others were charged with parental kidnapping, registered sex offender violations, drug and weapons possession, and custodial interference. So looks like there's some incestual parents. I personally believe that we should ban fake incest porn from the internet because I believe that it's not like a horror movie. You don't go watch a horror movie and then want to go kill people. But people who watch fake incest porn on the internet do want to mimic that. And in cases like this, you can see that parents will sell their own children to sex traffickers. And it's just absolutely detestable. So I believe that incites violence upon minors, sexual violence. Others were charged, or hold on. The harsh reality is that every 40 seconds, a child is abducted in the United States. So it would be foolish to think that none of these people worked for the federal government. Of more than 421,000 children missing in the U.S., 91% are considered endangered runaways, he said. About 1/6 of those are likely to become sex trafficking victims. So this is not a small number of people. 1/6, divide that number by 6, that's insane. What, 12, 24, 36? That's like 12,000 of those. Hold on, 12. Is that right? It's some crazy number of these people are getting sex trafficked. Those numbers, the statistics right there are enough evidence to not discount QAnon. Among those in attendance Thursday was Georgia's AG Chris Carr, whose office launched a sex trafficking prosecution unit in May 2019. The unit is new in our office. It's the first kind in state's history, Carr said. when we launched, we had high expectations for the team, and they continue to exceed them. Wow. Thank you so much, Carr, for creating that sex trafficking unit. The families, thank you. I am so thankful that these children were found. There was what a nightmare for these parents. So you need to be wary of people like Twitter has been suppressing QAnon. They say it's a far-right conspiracy theory, but the problem with calling it far-right is there's no grounds to that. If you look at far-right, it originally means like far-right as in left-right politics, where like farthest left is communism, farthest right is Nazism, hence the word far-right and far-left. And but after Rush Limbaugh changed this to left means liberal and then right means conservative, then the definition started changing, and organizations like the Southern Poverty Law Center started inserting other groups into the far right. They said it was racist, xenophobic. They have this bizarre list of things that they show that are far right, but QAnon is none of those. Absolutely none of those at all. It's a group that's against child sex trafficking and corruption. And if you don't support that, then you're on the wrong side of history, buddy. And Twitter is actually, I even got suppressed. I got temporarily banned. I covered it on the last show, so I'm not going to show the things. You can go look at RSS commentary for evidence. But I questioned, there was a Democrat and a Republican senator came out with a bill trying to condemn QAnon, say that it's like some far-right terror group. And so I questioned these people and I said, hey, look, you guys are government officials who are trying to like fight QAnon. Like you guys, I think that you guys are pedophiles. And then I got banned from Twitter, or blocked for 12 hours and then shadow banned. And it was like a shadow block. It was more than a shadow ban. It was a shadow block. So this is freaky. How many of them there were? Since last year, Carr said his agency has placed 18 Georgia sex trafficking victims in rehabilitation services. The unit has worked in cases in 11 Georgia counties, resulting in the indictments of 5 suspected sex traffickers, Carr said. Another 8 sex trafficking investigations are on their way. You guys are awesome. Sex trafficking can be, in many ways, a hidden crime, one that lives in the shadows, he said. If we can save one child from a life of abuse or sex trafficking, we've done our job. And this operation did that for many, many children. And if QAnon saves one child's life, it is worth supporting. Especially if it's actually legit. I don't know if it's actually legit. I'm agnostic with anything, but I debunk fake news. I'm looking to debunk QAnon. I find any sort of evidence to debunk QAnon, I'm going to be the first one to debunk it. But the fact is that you can't just debunk that. I mean, first, it's a hard to debunk claim because you have to prove that there's no child sex traffickers there, but if you didn't bust them. So I guess it's kind of hard to prove. But I do believe that if we actually looked, we would actually find it. In our next fake news article from NPR, Kenosha shooting suspect faces homicide charge in protesters' deaths. If you're unfamiliar, NPR has been radicalized. They are fake news now. They are no longer a legitimate news source. They are too also guilty of authoring news for the audience, for a far leftist audience. They are taking our tax money and they are using it to fund political hit pieces on candidates that we support. And that is illegal. You're not allowed to do that. But NPR is a political organization. They are opposed to Donald Trump. They are opposed to Republicans. And we need to defund NPR. There is a hashtag defund NPR that you should start tweeting. Kyle Rittenhouse, an Illinois teenager accused of shooting and killing peaceful protesters, right? Yeah, like they were just protesting. This whole narrative is fake. They weren't just protesting. That's a lie. This next video here, we can see it's from New York Post. Says, lawyer of alleged Kenosha shootings, a shooter, Kyle Rittenhouse, claims self-defense. As video emerges there, you could see the gun the guy had. So that guy, the guy that got his arm blown off. Yeah, that one. Yeah. Yeah, he actually had a gun in his hand. So that guy's going to get off on the charges. And these black looter mobs, they are trying to spin all of these stories like they're the victims. And at this point in time, everybody hates them now. Not everybody, but most people, vast majority of people in, sorry, not the vast majority. The plurality of people in America lividly hate these people. And now people don't want to hire them. So they're gonna be claiming they're getting discriminated against. Wah, I'm a African American. I say, wah, I'm a woman. I'm a Asian and or Kleenex. I'm getting discriminated against. I need Kleenex to dry the rivers of lip tears from my snowflake eyes because I'm being discriminated against for employment. Because no one wants to hire me because I'm a rioter and I looted their business. No shit, dude. No shit, Sherlock. You just looted their business. Who the fuck do you think would ever want to hire you if you just looted and burned their business down? That's not discrimination. That's reality. And so it's the problem with these fake news companies is they do not show you all the details. When you leave out the details, it changes the story. Like when he got hit by the skateboarder. Right. Like they said, oh, it was the this armed militia person who just murdered these protesters. But they don't show you what happened right before. Here's another angle of the incident from the gas station.
Get some liberation ass. Fuck you guys. Who want to fight? We gotta stick together.
And then it's evolved into them destroying cars, back. This is what they didn't show you. This is what was happening right before the shooting. These are the peaceful protesters. This is yeah. Here we can see them again throwing stones and smashing car windows because supposedly didn't that car lot have a Black Lives Matter sign out front of it? Yeah, it did. These people are detestable. They are straight scum. No wonder nobody wants to hire these people. It's not discrimination at all. This next video, we can see the black looter mobs. It's set
have a lot of
cars on
viewers.
fire.
Well, yeah, people are searching for them.
My friend,
We'll make it more reasonable. 8.5. What's that?
damn, this shit is hot.
All right, now, because you're about to probably have a lot of viewers, because people are searching for them.
My friend,
we'll make it more reasonable. 8.5. What's that?
damn, this shit is hot.
All right, now, because you're about to.
More views of the cars on fire, spewing out toxic smoke. As an environmentalist, I really, really take issue with that. This is all over fake news. Fake news Democrat race riots. Here's the aftermath of the car lot that was burned down.
Just arrived in Kenosha, Wisconsin, and this is the aftermath from last night. All these cars are torched. That's seems that's the name of the business here. So you can get a little zoom in. Car source pre-owned vehicles. And you could definitely still smell the burn from last night. So yeah,
those are some highly
still
toxic
smell that
fumes there.
very clear. And all of these cars are torched. I would say there's, jeez,
these people, for the life of them, can't. They can't get it through their head why people hate them. They can't get it through their head why I would not want to be friends with them anymore. If they did that to them, they're going to do that to me, dude. They don't just stop at that. Once a black looter mob realizes that they can get anything they want from looting and burning your city down with Democrat race riots funded by scam donations coming from Democrats. This is all Democrats. This isn't Republicans. None of this was caused by Republicans. Here in this next article from the New York Post, CNN blasted for calling Kenosha protests fiery but mostly peaceful. Mostly peaceful. Oh yeah, there was just people who were shot and killed, and our guy got his arm blown off, and then they burned down a car lot, and they were assaulting police officers. Oh, it's a little bit fiery, but mostly peaceful, right? That's because they're writing the news to their audience. They can't go out and tell you black looter mob is a black looter mob, because you would not watch CNN if you were black looter mob. This is why these ivory tower liberal journalists who run these fake news agencies like the Con News Network or the Fake New York Post or the Washington Fake Post or the Guardian of Fake News or the Baloney Broadcasting Company or the Daily Fake Mail, they can't tell you the truth. They can't. They won't make any money off of it. This is why I do open source news and why you should donate to this show, because it will fund the Real Simple News Network app. And I have a plan to replace these journalist scum with indie news broadcasters using a combination of a live broadcast or live streaming management app and a AI technology that creates the thumbnails and cross-references the stories for you. And I also have started WikiSpy, a tool for monitoring wiki-like sites for tampering by hostile agents and political bias. And this technology will be fact-checking your articles. Yes, it is a very, 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 very sophisticated artificial intelligence algorithm that I'm going to give for free to the community so that we can shut these fake news companies down by bottoming the price out on news, making it free so you never have to ever subscribe to fake New York Post or the Washington fake Post or the New York fake news all the times. No, you're going to have free news. In this next article from the New York Post, police reveal video of suicide that sparked Minneapolis loots and rioting. There's so many riots and stuff, it's hard to cover all these riots, but this Democrat race riot was caused by fake news because a suspect had killed someone, and they went later and killed themselves. They committed suicide. But the Black Looter Mob, Black Looter Mob knows that they will get millions of dollars in donations if they make up scams about police shootings. These people are liars. They're detestable cultural Marxist scum. If you're unfamiliar with cultural Marxism, it's a detestable philosophy that came from after World War II. They said that it wasn't Marxism that failed. It was the culture that failed. So the communists in China did the cultural de-evolution, and they destroyed the culture in China, and they murdered about 60 million people out in the country. And in the USSR at the same time, it was something similar, not exactly because they'd already wiped out much of the culture, but the pattern was the same. It's socialist scum from the city who believe that the capitalists are holding them down. And in World War II and after World War II, the rural areas were capitalist and the cities were socialist, and the people in the cities blamed the capitalists for holding them down, and the capitalists were in the country. So they marched through the countryside and they killed over 100 million people to wipe out the culture. This is cultural Marxism. This is why it is a detestable philosophy. I'm not trying to spew hate up here. I am not. I am a loving person. I want to program computers, dude. I want to write books. I have another channel, Cooking with Kale. I do STEM tutorials. Like, I don't want to do, I'm having fun here. I don't want to do this. I want to program computers. I want to run my business. But I can't because there's so much fucking fake news. And these black looter mobs are causing so much death, destruction, burning our cities down because they hate Donald Trump. That's what all this is about. It's all about Donald Trump. If it really was about saving black lives, they would be focusing on stopping the hood Democrats from murdering almost 10,000 black people in the United States per year. Police kill less than 1,000 people in total. Vast majority of them are armed and pose a significant threat to the public. No police officer, almost no police. There's going to be always some crazy lunatic. There's always a bad apple in every group. There's very few in the police department. Nobody wants to shoot people. Nobody wants to go home with that on their conscience, dude. But if you step to these hood Democrats, these violent African Americans in the hood who vote for the party that enslaved them and started the KKK just because they think they're good people and they never really bothered to do any research. Most people don't know Democrats started the KKK. They opposed women's suffrage. Yeah, they owned slaves, dude. They opposed women's suffrage. They were horrible white supremacists. They passed the 1994 crime bill that created the prison industrial complex. Mr. Magoo, Joe Magoo Biden is the author of the 1994 crime bill that that is causing all of the extra brutality from these gangs in the city. The police aren't causing the brutality. That's insane. There's no truth to that at all. It's the violent hood Democrats, these gangbangers up in the city. They sell drugs. They gangbang. They beat people. They do home invasion robberies. They steal cars. This is the most dangerous group of people in America. And that's who they're saying, oh, it's all the police's fault. You gotta let us riot and loot and do whatever the fuck we want. So there is, he killed himself. And then the lying black looter mob said that a cop killed him because they get millions of dollars from scam donations that they get off of Facebook. I think that the ivory tower liberal journalist scum pieces of shit and Facebook and that has been any corporation that has profited off of black looter mob donations, such as Any Blue, the Democrat-run organization that was one of the main fundraising outlets for black looter mob, the hashtag BLM movement, they need to pay for the damages for the riots. They need to pay for the deaths. They need to compensate the families, the victims, for all of the death that they caused because they are scamming us. Change.org, scamming us. MoveOn.org, that Soros-funded site, scamming us. Ivory Tower liberals control which posts come up. They determine which of these petitions come on the front page, dude. There's no organicness about this. They are people who are running these social media companies who are controlling our entire political system. And they say, oh, we have to because it's the far right. The far right is coming. Yeah. Like Nazis were actually, they were the same thing as conservative Republicans, right? Wrong. No, Nazis were fascist. The women's suffrage movement birthed fascism. The fascists, they were pushing for voting rights for women, to the reduction of the voting age down to 18, and for a minimum wage. That's what they wanted. That's why they got power. Once they got power, they couldn't get everything that they wanted, so they went with authoritarianism. So they voted Hitler in by a landslide in what they thought was a freedom movement, because the other people wouldn't give them what they wanted. So they had to go with the strong authoritarian leader who was going to do the hard thing that the other people did not want to do. And then they proceeded to commit genocide and kill millions of people, proceeding into hundreds of millions of people in the preceding 80 years after that. In follow-up war, we had the Korean War, the Vietnam War, and that also caused a number of other wars. So this whole Marxism, communism thing is a detestable belief, because the only way that you can keep it going is by killing people to force them to give you their stuff, because nobody wants to go and work all day and then give their stuff away to people like Black Looter Mob. Joe Magoo Biden, that little skis bag piece of shit motherfucker, wants to give his platform, he wants to give $15,000 home loans to first-time minority homeowners. He wants to give business loans to minorities, and he wants to make the Federal Reserve talk about race. That's what he wants to do. And it's because they don't care about the majority of Americans, because they can pander to minority groups, because they know the white people have such a low birth rate that they're just going to get replaced by Latinos, because the Democrats just in the sanctuary states like California and the sanctuary cities won't enforce their immigration laws, and they push for the maximum amount of immigrants in the country. And so they know the Latinos are just, even though US Latinos birth rates are way under replacement, the people who are, the reason why the Latino population is growing is only because of immigration. So you as a Latino in the US, this doesn't help you. It doesn't help you to bring in a whole bunch of more Latinos from outside of the country that are pushing the wages down, because it makes Latinos a permanent underclass and prevents them from being able to live the American dream. They say it's far right if you don't believe in unrestricted immigration and enforcing illegal immigration laws. No, they say this isn't far right. It's not. It's not racist. No, because we're trying to say that we want the Latinos to become a part of our family, but we can't do this when you keep packing in more immigrants, because they're a permanent underclass and they can't become part of the rest of America because they're in with the rest of the immigrants who are getting their wages depressed. So everything that these Democrats have been telling you is a lie. They're literally trying to replace your family with immigrants. And they've almost swapped out 25% of the United States population by now. They've actually replaced, almost 20% of the United States population with immigrants. It's not even a joke. I've already covered this a bunch on the show. If you're new, check out prior episodes. So what else happened to this Minneapolis riot? I couldn't find too many videos. Here's a fallout. Here's what somebody said about it.
Let's be straight and upfront. What happened here last night is reflective of decades-old bad, inept leadership in this town, in this country, in this state. Leadership at the governor's level, leadership at the county level, leadership at the city council level. It's bad leadership all the way around. At the congressional level, that's what we see here, what happens when you have bad leadership. We want to hold them accountable. Now, let's understand. I know the hurt and pain that people are feeling. I know that there's some confusion going on here. But I'm here to add clarity. In North Minneapolis, Target has been just so supportive of the black community and other communities of color and other poor communities. They deserve better.
White is a color too. I am a person of color. I definitely see colors here.
Than this. You deserve better.
Black means devoid of color. It's physics. Black, nothing. White, mix of all the colors.
Better than this. Minneapolis deserves better than this. And I'm here to give you better. We spent part of the evening talking to some of the law enforcement officers. We see the armored vehicles that's going to be here tonight for the 8 o'clock curfew, keeping order here. But once again, I feel sorry for the citizen of this city who has to go through this. Once again, whenever you let a group of rioters burn down a police station, you set the atmosphere for the stuff we're seeing right now. So,
not just here in the United States. You'll also see here in a little bit, there's race riots going on all around the world right now. We set a very bad precedence. There are a lot of people dying right now all around the world because of the precedents that the black looter mob has caused with their venomous hate of police officers, of Donald Trump and Trump supporters. That's what this is all about. They are trying to influence the 2020 election. It is not about anything else. It is about taking out Donald Trump because the racist Republicans from the poor rural states are holding down the African Americans in the hood. Right. These quote unquote racist Republicans who don't live in your city. Your city is controlled by Democrats. The people who won't hire you are white feminists. White feminism is a racist form of feminism where they put white women's issues above everyone else's. They're never going to let you rise above the pyramid above them, dude. Never will it happen. You are always going to be permanently underneath them and to be used as a pawn in so that the white woman can make more money. And currently women in the United States own almost 2/3 of the wealth in the United States. They control 85% of consumer spending. They buy 92% of new homes, about 2/3 of the cars. They buy 92% of food. No, 93% of food, 92% of vacations. So if you can't afford a fancy vacation, you're never going to get a date on Tinder because you don't got those fancy vacation pics. I support these black people. I love black conservatives. I absolutely feel great when I come in contact with these people and I can see not all of these people are like hood Democrats. Hood Democrats are pretty detestable, but these black conservatives are cool. They're smart. They do not act like these hood Democrats at all, and we really appreciate that. We want to join forces with these people. Do not judge by a man by the color of their skin. The color of your skin is no different than the color of your clothes. You cannot tell because someone wears cool clothes whether or not they're a good person. In fact, chances are, if they're wearing really cool clothes and they make you feel like crap, like you're not good enough to be with them, or hang out with them all the time, or not all the time, if they make you feel like they're better than you, chances are they're a narcissist. That's not a good person, but they would like you to think that. And so this is the reason why you should never judge someone by their skin color. Here we can see, what was this? I think this was the only thing that I could see. Here's a, I tried to look for the riot footage, but I couldn't.
That all to Nicollet and 8th, where a black man who had just killed somebody shot himself. The crowd then presumed that the cops had killed him. The video came out that he had in fact killed himself. However, the civil unrest turned outwards. I then made a video that said, be careful of the way the white media outlets are going to spin this. They're going to say that people are looting because they want things for free. They're going to say they're burning things down because they want to take it out in the city. Lo and behold, they forgot about Jacob Blake. They forgot about...
Oh, right. The alleged rapist, Jacob Blake. The one that we just went over at the beginning of the show. The one that the Jacob Blake's ex-girlfriend had called the police because he wasn't allowed to be there and he had stolen her keys. And the police showed up and Jacob Blake had a knife and they had to taser him. And they didn't show you that in the clip that caused the Democrat race riots. They only showed you a short little clip from the other side of the car that doesn't show you what happened in the lead up to it. And just like a Hollywood movie, when you take clips out of context, you can spin the narrative and you can make it turn completely different. Because when you omit details, it changes the story. And these people know that they can get millions of dollars in donations from scam charities or from scam donation fundraisers from GoFundMe. I think that GoFundMe needs to refund every single penny that they made from these people, and they need to shut down every single one of these scam donations, such as the one where the brother of the methed out black dude that died of the fentanyl overdose, George Floyd, the scumbag piece of shit that did the home invasion robberies, the guy that held a mother and her child hostage in a home invasion robbery, terrorized him, and then he died of the fentanyl overdose. And then they told you that it was the white cop, Derek Chauvin, that killed him. And as it turns out, none of it was true. It was all fake. George Floyd died of a heart attack in the ambulance after an EMT checked his pulse after Officer Chauvin got up. It is not possible that Officer Chauvin killed him if he was still alive in the ambulance.
Kyle Rittenhouse, and seemingly they forgot about George Floyd. They also forgot about their own intrinsic...
Yeah, Kyle Rittenhouse, the guy that was getting attacked by... The people who Kyle Rittenhouse killed were not good people. One of them had raped a 5-year-old. Another one had a rap sheet that had... he was a woman beater. He had been arrested. He had convictions for beating women on 3 different occasions and a number of other different violent offenses. And Kyle Rittenhouse had been hit with a skateboard, had rocks thrown at him. The guy that got his arm blown off, he had a gun in his hand and he was a felon. He wasn't allowed to be in possession of a firearm. But, you know, when you only see the clip and you only see something taken out of context, yeah, it looks like that. Like when you look at the police killing numbers and you see that there's not the same percentage of African Americans in there that are in the general public. You're like, okay, the white cops are hunting down these unarmed black people and killing them. Only that's not true. African Americans kill almost 10,000 people per year, most of them black, and they commit 5 to 10 times as much violence. So statistically speaking, when you actually balance those factors in, police are half as likely to kill black people when you go by the number of police interactions with the group. They're half as likely to kill black people as they are white people. Nobody wants to kill... cops don't want to kill people, dude. That's a myth. They do it as a last resort, or it's an accident. 163,000 people die in the United States from accidents alone. there are a massive number of gun deaths. When you have a lot of interactions with the police, X% of those interactions are going to turn out to be an accident. And so this is why we need to legalize drugs, so that we can reduce the number of police interactions, and then we won't have these problems. Or we'll have a lot fewer of them. Actually, those problems still do exist if you look at rich country, most rich countries have about the same number of police shootings as the United States when you scale everything for the population, except for the countries that don't have very many guns. This next article from the Daily Mail, they would have killed us had the police not been there. Senator Rand Paul speaks out after a black looter mob attacked him and his wife as they left the White House following Trump's speech at the RNC. Kentucky Senator Rand Paul and his wife were attacked by protesters as they left the White House Thursday. Video shows him being nearly knocked unconscious before being escorted away from the scene by police. Paul said on Friday morning they feared protesters were trying to get the couple to the ground and kill them. Elsewhere, protesters were filmed punching a man, knocking him over, and leaving his face bloody. What does Donald Trump have to do with police shootings, dude? What the fuck does he have to do with anything? Police shootings have been going on way before Donald Trump, dude. Nobody ever said Donald Trump was racist until he started running for president. And then there was a Russiagate that Kamala the Snitch Harris, she sat on the Russiagate panel. If you're unaware of that, you want to blame somebody for Russiagate, look at Kamala the Snitch Harris, dude. Watch the video. They got so much blah, 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 blah nonsense in there. That's why there's so much fake news. There's so much shit up there, dude. Oh, yeah. Oh, damn. Is that Rand? There's Rand. There they are. Watch that again. So somebody threw a bike at the cop? I didn't see Rand get hit. Didn't see that. I'm just so tired of this, man. I got a business to run, man. We all got lives to live, man. Here's this next tweet from Charlie Kirk. We can see angry black looter mob. The mayor could have shut it down. They don't want to stand up against black looter mob. That's their voter base, bro. They've been pandering these people for so long that they're required, in order for Democrats to exist and continue to exist, they have to continue with the voter base that they already put together. Why are they trying to pander to these groups? Because our native population of America, our birth rate is so low that it's going to go down almost to only child levels over the next 40 years. By that time, our numbers will be cut in half every 40 years. our population will very quickly disappear from North America. It's not. It's happening within our lifetime. It's not like some just like imaginary thing off in the future. You got to have 2.1 kids to keep your birth rate up. If you don't, and you keep packing in immigrants, the immigrants are going to replace you. If you change the culture, the language, you change the culture. So if you flood the place with Spanish-speaking people, you've done cultural Marxism to wipe out America's culture. That is detestable. These Democrats support the most detestable policies of our lifetime. This is absolute Nazi level stuff that they're doing.
You black brother! You black brother! What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? The fuck is wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Move back! 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 That's right, move back, Peggy! Move back! Move back! Move back like you said, right? You're on the wrong side! You're on the wrong side! You're on the wrong fucking side! You're on the wrong side! Give me again, little bitch! You think you're tough on your fight, you little pussy?
I bet you want to hit me right now. Don't do it.
You're so fucking tough!
Don't fucking
So fucking
fuck you.
This is the problem with wearing masks. Wearing a mask just makes people think that it's okay to go around with COVID. Like, not when there's like a pandemic going on. But the pandemic's going to be over by election time. But they want to switch to mail-in voting because the pandemic, and they think that Donald Trump will win if they don't have it.
Stop hitting me with this fucking bike! Stop hitting me with this damn bike!
Get out of here!
Get off of me, Sergeant! Fuck you! You keep hitting people with that bike, you Sergeant! Fuck you! Take that energy towards the nigga. Don't take that.
Cultural Marxism. See, it's when you're trying to take out the racist white man out of North America, that's called cultural Marxism. Racism has been a part of our culture. You're saying that you can't have your Democrats. Most Democrats support socialism. They've assembled a coalition of Marxists. Marxist, if you're unaware, they have this concept called dialectic materialism. It's where the low class people, they're incredibly low class, they need to rise up and take out the bourgeoisie. It's a eternal class struggle, and this is why Marxism is extremely dangerous. Is because it causes people to kill each other. And cultural Marxism is where you say, oh, we can't have our Marxist utopia because of the racist white man. So we need to remove the racist white man from power, attack his right privilege perpetually until, because he has unlimited white privilege. They have a white privilege factory downtown where they give out free white privilege to all of the white males. But they will not give any to the African Americans, the Wajans, the Women, or the Kleenex. Kleenex are the Latinx, the white feminists. They said that they can't be called Latinos anymore. So they had to get rid of the law and the los, and you were only allowed to have X. Spanish has been canceled because you're sexist. hold on. Sorry. In this next fake news article from the Daily Fake Mail, white supremacists and far-right vigilante militias have infiltrated police departments in dozens of states across the U.S. Retired FBI agent claims. White supremacist groups have infiltrated the ranks of U.S. law enforcement agencies. Hold on. I'm not going to give these guys too much breath. Look, this is fake. This is from the Brennan Center, okay? It's from this ex-special agent guy. And so, you're like, oh, well, it's like a center, so these people must be legit, right? No. They got a donate button here. That means they're probably doing whatever they are to get donations. No, the reality of the situation is that the Brennan Center for Justice is a liberal it's a progressive group. It's a far leftist group. It's not legit in any way, shape, or form. To the far left, the right is the far right, and the reason for that, is that most people don't know, but communists, over 50% of Nazis were communist. Here you can see in this article from War History Online how communists in Germany allied with Nazis to destroy democracy. So you can see here, you can see a Antifa symbol. They came from this. They started fighting fascists until Nazism came about. And then Nazism was a competing ideology to communism. Antifa means communist. It doesn't mean that you're against fascism. No, that would be anti-authoritarian. No, anti-fascist means you're on the opposite side of the left-right political spectrum, where on the farthest left is the flattest hierarchy, communism, and on the farthest right is the steepest hierarchy, which was Nazism. It didn't exist when Antifa was started, but then Adolf Hitler invented it, and then the Antifa said, hey, this could work. It's a form of socialism where we have private property ownership and we're going to compete for the top slot. Sounds great, right? Sounds great. All except for it, the devil's in the details. It causes a strongman, ultra ethno-nationalist struggle for who is the most psychotic, brutal, genocidal maniac. But they thought that they were going to make the world a better place by killing all the capitalists. And then they turned into genocidal maniacs. And so, hold on. So the far left wants to say anything that is conservative, that is trying to conserve the American principles of classical liberalism, the Constitution, free speech, capitalism, free markets, free-ish markets. That is what the Nazis and the communists tried to destroy. They destroyed the Socialist Democratic Party. That's what this article's about. They had a mutual enemy. Their enemy was capitalist. And at the time, the German Socialist Democratic Party was controlled by the Jews, which is funny because Bernie Sanders is a Jew. Ironic, shall I say. But this is why they say anything, all these people trying to protect America, they're all far right, because to them, they're the enemy. That means far right means the enemy of Antifa. That's exactly what it means. Antifa's enemy. So when the people out protecting the country are not far right at all. No. They're patriots. They are the good guys. The far left wants to take out the conservative power structure because they want to take over. They want to have their Marxist utopia so they can have their cultural Marxism so they could jack all our shit. Kick us, get us fired from the workplace, and then they can come up in the social hierarchy. Only it's like the capitalist farm. Whenever you the socialists say, oh no, these capitalist farmers, they're making so much money off of their farm. That's unfair. They can't, they shouldn't be allowed to do that. So they institute socialism and they take over the farm. And turns out they're really shitty farmers. They don't know shit about farming compared to the capitalist farmer who actually owned it and was actually doing the work. It was highly productive. And so then it becomes an incredibly unprotected farm. Then it deteriorates and then it gets shut down. And then what you end up with is 3-mile long lines for bread. And when you get to the front of the line, they're out of bread. This is why socialism is evil and you should not support it. One of many reasons why socialism is evil. The main reason why socialism is evil is because it requires people to give up the fruits of their labor without anything in exchange. And the people don't want to do that. They're not willing to do that. And the only way that you can get them to do that is by killing them. And that's why you should not support black looter mobs, Antifa Nazis, white feminists, or ivory tower liberals, because they are all detestable scum who engage in this cultural Marxism that is attempting to wipe the racist white man and the racist Republicans off the face of North America, because they're getting backed by China and it's actually a cyber warfare operation. If you're unfamiliar with this, I discovered a cyber weapon on Wikipedia. I alerted the FBI about, and that's why I created WikiSpy, a tool for monitoring wiki-like sites for tampering by hostile agents and political bias. It's because we are experiencing a massive cyber warfare operation by the Chinese. They have been using their Chinese Nazi Party controlled companies to send you propaganda via Facebook and social media that is causing these race riots. It's called attack boogeyman propaganda, and it's a very, very scary form of propaganda. And they used it in order to change the perception that there was few of them and many enemies, which is the run boogeyman. And then when you change the perception to there's many of us and there's few of them, then it turns into an attack boogeyman. And when you juice them up with fake news and you start feeding them atrocity propaganda, which is a propaganda that shows you the atrocities that the enemy have done, might be real or fake, and that gets people pissed off. And what you do is you feed both sides a different set of facts, and you make them think both sides are liars, that you can't trust either side, and then you can turn both sides against each other and create a civil war, or a Civil War II electric boogaloo, which is a code word for a electronic boogeyman campaign. And so you should probably limit your social media interactions. You should not purchase products from Chinese companies because they are controlled by the Chinese Nazi Party. They are National Socialists. We're going to cover the concentration camps. I'll cover why they have switched to National Socialism here very shortly. And let's see, where was I at? So we said what's the scary white supremacists, the progressive Brennan Center. This is why they're called Daily Fake Mail, because these people, to them, like, look, where do they say finally? These people in Europe that are running these fake news media outlets, they want to see this stuff. This is their worldview. They believe that Americans are racist and that all of this stuff is justified because it's a game of telephone. You see some stuff, they see some, they're secondary reporters. They're not primary reporters. They are reporting off of what somebody else in America reported. They don't live here. They don't live in America. So it's a game of telephone. So they think that whatever the media here has been saying is true. And so they write stories that bash Trump and bash Republicans and make police look like they're going out hunting unarmed black men. And then the U.S. Ivory Tower journalist scum, they see the stuff that the European newspapers publish, and then they have a circular referential telephone game where they start spewing out fake news like a fire hydrant. This is why you should donate to this show, because I am building open source technologies that's going to undercut these people and prevent them from being able to operate with their business model, because I'm going to bottom out their profits and they won't be able to profit off of it. So here is never mind. Gotta wait on that one. In this next article from the Daily Mail, Portland protesters are tear gassed as they are. Hold on. In this next fake news article from the Daily Fake Mail, Portland protesters are tear gassed after marching on ICE building, and at least 11 people are arrested after throwing rocks and eggs at officers and refusing to clear out during 91 nights of riots. They're not demonstrations, they're riots. Just because you went home and got some sleep and then you went home the next day does not make it a different protest. No, that's called a multi-day, multi-week, multi-month-long riot. I live in Eugene, Oregon. I helped start the 2016 Portland anti-Trump protest. I watched Black Looter Mob. I watched them turn it into a riot. This was beef. This was all about Donald Trump. It was not about police brutality. There had not been police shootings around that time that were in the newspaper. But these people, once they start getting in these Black Looter mobs, they start chanting these slogans that they brainwash themselves, and they only believe information from Black Looter mobs and from Facebook. And Facebook is just full of fake news, dude. The stuff going around Facebook most of it is garbage. The conservatives do not spew out fake news. It's not Republicans doing this. It's Democrats. It's hood Democrats. It's white feminists. It's Antifa. It's ivory tower liberals. It's not Republicans. Republicans are completely opposed to all of this. Here we can see some pictures of the police shooting tear gas out of what appears to be a tear gas gun. Here they are arresting a Black Looter Mob rioter. I could see some awesome people in camo, Homeland Security people, protecting our city because the Democrats won't do it. They won't. The Democrats in Oregon won't prosecute the rioters because the Attorney General is a far leftist scum piece of shit. He needs to be removed from office. The state police left Portland because the Attorney General stopped prosecuting them. And that is incredibly scary. Here's a video of Portland police pepper spraying Black Looter Mob. A little bit lame. Sorry about didn't watch everything. I can't watch everything before I put it up here. Well, they've been, they're not as exciting as they used to be, or what it appears. Some sort of gas canisters were deployed here.
Okay. Okay, they're just shooting at us and saying move. Okay.
Thank God.
I'm attempting to move. I'm on the sidewalk. I am pressed. I am in the middle of a bunch of people. I am just crossing the street. Please don't shoot me. Okay, they've deployed green smoke here in the intersection. This is at Moody's. So that's green smoke just washing over us here. Can barely see.
Thank you to every police officer that is helping keep my home safe. These black looter mobs are targeting me with hatred, hostility, and violence. So I do have to live in fear of having black looter mob terrorists come and attack me and my family at my house, possibly burn it down at night while I'm sleeping. And it is scary. People know where I live, and these people are dangerous. They are terrorists. These people they are absolutely using violence in order to achieve a political objective. By every stretch of the imagination, these people are terrorists. In this next fake news article from the Daily Fake Mail, mob of 700 protesters in Oakland torched a courthouse. So, don't know what planet you live on, but if you're torching a courthouse, you're not a protester. You're a rioter or terrorist. The mob of 700 the 700 strong black looter mob descended onto Oakland, California last night. Police said they set a number of fires. They broke windows and vandalized businesses. Rioters threw objects at the police, but none were injured. I mean, it's so infuriating they're calling them protesters. That it's because they write this news to an audience. They're trying to sell it to people. They can't tell you it's a rioter because the people who are funding them won't pay anymore. This is incredibly dangerous what these people are doing. This is a UK newspaper. People believe this newspaper is legit. It has a 100 out of 100 NewsGuard certification. That's a gold standard. That is as good as it gets. NewsGuard's fake news. NewsGuard is absolutely bunk. Daily Mail is pretty much a tabloid. In fact, didn't it start as a tabloid? They put so much fake news out. There's no way that you could fact check every single Daily Mail article. They put out hundreds per day. Nobody can fact check all that stuff. You'd need a full-time fact checker just to fact check the Daily Fake Mail. Let's see, watch the videos.
Approaching Jackson on the north.
This is a video of the window smashed out in It's in Oakland. Wasn't the courthouse. You can see a picture of the fire set in the streets. Didn't look as hard as the people in Portland. This next article from Newsweek, four law enforcement groups asked Wisconsin governors to avoid, the Wisconsin governor to avoid speaking on Kenosha shooting until the facts are known. Meant to put this at the beginning, but this is the problem. They're making statements. These politicians, they're trying to get people to vote for them. They want the black looter mob to support them as opposed to coming after them. But trust me, when they learn that they can get everything that they want from looting and burning your city down, you're a fool to think they're going to stop at this. No, it's going to continue into the future because they just learned that if they get violent, they get everything that they want. That is a slippery slope into authoritarianism coming from far leftist, and the same type of group of people were the exact spitting replica of the fascists in World War II. Fascists came from the women's suffrage movement. Fascists fought for voting rights for women. reduction of the voting age to 18, and for a minimum wage. They were first wave feminists. Nazis had women working in factories. People think Nazis weren't feminists. That's not true. That's not true. They were first wave feminists. Feminism didn't exist back then. Nazism, fascism was feminism back then. But people think, oh, well, they're not like this, like, la-di-da, nice feminist of today. They're not like a white feminist. Right. Because they're not like a white feminist doesn't mean they're not first wave feminists. And these people are all propped up by white feminists, a racist form of feminism where they put the white women's issues above everyone else. White women own almost 2/3 of the wealth in the United States. They control 85% of consumer spending. They're holding almost 2/3 of the college degrees now, but they want you to think they're underpaid. It's a lie. Men work 50 minutes more per day than women, but women own 2/3 of the wealth in the country? How is that? We're getting robbed. And it's because white feminists put white women's issues above everyone else. And when you do that, they start to get incredibly wealthy, and they're out rioting in the streets with Black Looter Mob because it's an equality movement. They're out there rioting and looting, killing cops, burning your city down because they want more money for the white woman because they're white feminists. And they're trying to put Joe Magoo Biden in, the guy that authored the 1994 crime bill that created the prison industrial complex. The reason why you're seeing the police brutality is because of Joe Biden. But they think, oh, it's Donald Trump. He's the racist Republican. These racist Republicans from these poor rural states, they're holding down to African Americans, the Whaman, the Wajans, and the Wajans, and the Kleenex, the Latinx. Because they need Kleenex to dry the rivers of live tears from their snowflake eyes. Because they're not getting paid enough. The white feminists are not getting paid enough. They need more money, so they need to fight for equality. So they need to go out and riot and loot for police violence that does not affect them. This is why you call them ivory tower liberals. Because ivory tower liberals sit up top, they ivory tower, advocating for policies that don't affect them, to try to get you to like them so that you'll like the post, watch the ad, buy the product, and vote for them. That's why they're scum pieces of shit. That's why they advocate for socialism. These people have high-paying jobs, but they're socialists. Did you bring socialism to this country, you're going to be dirt poor, man. Socialism is a fail. It has never been a win anywhere. And that's because people don't want to give up their hard-earned labor without getting something in exchange. No shit, Sherlock. No shit. That's why they have to kill so many people. It's because people won't do it voluntarily. What was this about? So please, stop sharing fake news. If you see people sharing fake news, you need to shut them down. I'm not very nice to these people. I am raw to these people. I talk hella shit. I'm down to fight. In fact, I want to fight. I lift weights every fucking day and I train for the day that these guys come after me because they're going to. They're going to try to kill me. They're going to try to steal my stuff, to try to prevent me from making videos so that you can't learn the truth. And when that day happens, they're going to die. In this next fake news article from NPR, police declare Portland protest a riot, but this definition could be rooted in racism. I guess they need to go get some more Kleenex to drive their rivers of lip tear eyes from their rivers of lip tears from their snowflake eyes. On Saturday night in mid-August, the 79th consecutive day of riots in Portland, but these scumbags can't tell you they're riots. No, No, because the people they're trying to sell this stuff to are lefties. That's because NPR is a leftist media organization. They take your tax money and they use it to fund political hit pieces on political candidates you support, like Donald Trump. Or that they did a hit piece on Stephen Miller. They say that book, Hate Monger, that book is insane. Dude, in that book, and they published all kinds of fake, I had to fact check them. I wrote them a letter calling them out on their fake news garbage. That book, fake Hate Monger, is absolutely fake. Every single last little bit about that book is fake, dude. They got some people that went to school with Stephen Miller in high school that haven't talked to him in 20 years, and they got quotes from him. These people hate Trump because they're in California. Most people hate Trump. And so they got some people to give them quotes from 20 years ago. Like, yeah, like you can remember what people said 20 years ago, right? I can't remember a single thing anybody said 20 years ago. Not at all. No. But they'll tell you it's a fact. They say, oh, Stephen Miller, he's a white supremacist because he got radicalized by Larry Elder. That's what they said in the book. And they said there was some person who used to be a Marxist and he left Marxism. I can't remember what his name was. And then they said he was a right-wing extremist now because he speaks out against Marxism. Because to these people, if you speak out against Marxism, that makes you a right-wing extremist. And then they said Donald Trump is a psycho-killing genocidal maniac. He's these assassins with killing people. Him and Stephen Miller are like they're like plotting to like commit mass genocide against the Latinos and the blacks. Dude, that book is fucking insane. So we need to defund NPR. Start tweeting out the hashtag defund NPR. A couple of 100 black looter mobs gather in Portland's Laurelhurst Park before marching on the Penumbra Kelly building, a property used both by city police and Multnomah County Sheriff. As the group marched less than a mile through the residential neighborhoods, they chanted slogans such as no cops, no prisons, no total abolition. When they arrived at the police building, protesters also played music. They yelled at the police who were positioned in their cars about 100 feet away in the building, the parking lot. They just make it seem like, oh, it's just like some like music thing. Like they're all just, it's like a party, man. Yeah. There's no like riots going on here. It's just like a bunch of white feminists down with Antifa. Right. Okay. Nightly riots have passed their 90th day this week. Over the course of nearly 3 months, crowd sizes have exceeded 10,000 rioters. On other occasions, fewer than 100 rioters. So I'm just going to skip through here. Oregon began as a white-only state. While it banned slavery and its founding, the state adopted strict black exclusionary laws, which has been in place for the blah, 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 blah. This is insane. This is fucking crazy, dude. These people are insane at NPR. We need to take their funding immediately. They cannot take our tax money, and put out this fake news fucking garbage. This is garbage. Every last little bit about this is fucking garbage. They have been rioting for 90 days. How many more fucking days are you gonna fucking riot? We want to go to sleep, move on with our lives. I got a business to run. I don't want to do this show. I want to program computers. I want to be with my son, my family. I want to go hiking. I don't want to have to read fake news garbage all day. I don't want to have to be up for 5-6 hours at a time on here on camera debunking fake news garbage. I don't want to do this. Here we can see, sorry. Here in this next tweet, I couldn't find a story for this article, but we've got situation escalating in Raleigh, North Carolina. escalating into a riot. Police have declared it an unlawful protest. This was at 6:47 p.m.
This is an unlawful assembly. You are ordered to leave and return to your homes. Failure to do so may result in your arrest.
You should follow at RSS Commentary. I am shadow banned. It's hard to grow. People don't like your posts when you're... If they think that if they like your tweet and they retweet your stuff, that they might have Black Looter Mob come after them, then they won't like your stuff. I need help. I need help liking my post and sharing the content. I've worked tirelessly for about a year now to build Real Simple News into a real news network, and I've been canceled by the left, and it's really hard to grow. And the conservatives aren't. I mean, MAGA crew, they're following so many people. The chances that they're going to see your tweets is like 1 in 100,000 or something. So I need people to like my tweets here on Twitter, so that we can share it, get the information going around. This next tweet, we could see the rioters trying to tear down the fence in Washington, D.C.
I don't see no riot here.
Okay, all right. They just attacked Rand Paul. There's no riot. There's no riot. Just attacking politicians like terrorists. Terrorists attack politicians. Because that's why they call them terrorists? Because they're using violence to subvert the ballot box?
I don't see no riot here. I don't see.
Supposedly, these people think democracy is so much more effective when you do it at home with mail-in voting, so that you could just get your facts off of Facebook from the far leftist controlled social media companies that are suppressing the conservatives. And so when you get all your information off Facebook and they suppress conservatives like me, I have no ability to convince you of my opinion at the polling places. There's laws in place to prevent voter intimidation at polling places, but when you vote by mail, there's no way that you can prevent people from intimidating people at their houses. Many people don't have places to go where they can fill out a ballot without being intimidated, or without having their partner know who they voted for, and then their partner might throw their ballot away, or people might steal their mail-in ballot right before the election, or and then they won't be able to get a new one in time, and then they won't vote. There's lots of problems with mail-in voting. But they'd like to tell you there's no problems with mail-in voting. Here's another video of the race riots in Raleigh. So here we can see the good guys moving in to restore peace. Thank you. Thank you. I used to hate police officers when I was a brainwashed radical leftist feminist. And I do apologize for any hate that I ever spewed. After this incident, there is no way, again, I am never going to support the police. I would rather never do drugs again in my entire life than ever support these scum leftists ever again. And the drug users, they are absolutely brainwashed and they hate the police. And they are the ones causing some of the most problems, are the drug addicts. And they're popular on social media. This next article from BuzzFeed, blanked out spots on China map help uncover Xi Jinping's concentration camps that they're sticking all the Uyghur Muslims in. China's Baidu blanked out parts of its mapping platform. Baidu, I think BAI is Bao? No, Baudi? I don't know. We used those locations to find a network of buildings bearing the hallmark of prisons and internment camps in Xinjiang. Here's how we did it. So they had some spots that they had not shown you there. And so then they took those GPS coordinates and then they did what? It says in the summer of 2018, it became even harder for journalists to work effectively in Xinjiang, a far western region of China. We started to look at how we could use satellite imagery to investigate the camps where the Uyghurs and other Muslim minorities are being detained. At this time, we believe that there are around 1,200 camps in existence, while there are several dozen have been found. We wanted to try to catch the rest, so we can just see the pictures. We don't have to go too far into this. I would rather explain to you why China is Nazis. So they just took those blank map areas, and then they took some other satellite imagery, and then they discovered that they had concentration camps there. And so just a little bit of backstory. China has been engaging in cultural Marxism in the United States in multiple different forms. One of them, they've been using the Hollywood act. Okay, so in Hollywood films make a lot more money in China. Chinese government has been subsidizing these bad films where they replace a badass movie character who is a white male with a Wham-man or a Wafrican American, a Wajin or a Kleenex. And they bomb in America because the movies suck. But China, the Chinese Nazi Party, will subsidize these bad movies. And they're doing it because it's a form of cultural Marxism. Their goal is they want to remove the racist white man from North America because it's the racist white man that is preventing the minorities from getting all of the white man's money. And so what China is National Socialist now because they have hundreds of millions of impoverished Chinese out in the countryside. They pretend like they have a lot of money, but that's not true. They only have it because they have such a steep social hierarchy, such a huge difference between the people at the bottom, the farmers, and the people in the city, that there's no way that they could live an American lifestyle with having more than a billion people. So only a small portion of those people can live a Western lifestyle. And this is a steep social hierarchy. That's why they're Nazi. Well, there's more reasons too. They have millions of Uyghur Muslims in concentration camps. They have a authoritarian dictator who looks just like Winnie the Pooh, and he has very thin skin. And Xi Jinping cannot take it when you bring up that he looks like Winnie the Pooh, hence the Pooh Bears. He has such thin skin. They banned Winnie the Pooh from China. Not even joking. It's insane. That's how thin a skin this guy has. So they have filthy, stinking, rich Asians. The income disparity is great. The Chinese Nazi Party, they have a in-group that it's not like a... Communism is supposed to be community control. There's supposed to be 4 tiers. There's supposed to be farmers, artisans, soldiers, and government workers. And then that's why it's the far left, because it's the flattest social hierarchy that you can have. So they know that these Uyghur Muslims... Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry, I almost forgot. They also are attempting to be the world's #1 superpower. And the Chinese Nazi Party, they have a stranglehold on the country. You can't go from the impoverished group up to the artisans and the soldiers and the government. You can't get up to the government because they have an authoritarian system, and they have a surveillance state where they control everything. And it's because if the Chinese people actually knew everything about the history, the cultural de-evolution, they don't know about this stuff. Their internet is completely rigged. They have their own version of Wikipedia. Their Wikipedia, that's why I do WikiSpy, a tool to monitor WikiLeaks sites for tampering by hostile agents and foreign powers. We are going to be comparing our wiki to their wiki, and then we'll show you what is different. and what is the same. And there's a bunch of tools that I have that will be able to reveal every single Chinese spy on Wikipedia. But they know for a fact, if they allow these Uyghur Muslims to exist, that their culture will take over. And so they can't let that take over, because if they know if you change the language, then you change the culture. And so this is why they prop up bad movies that are anti-racist, that they prop up specific actors that they know will preach against illegal or for immigration and prevent us from enforcing our immigration laws. And that's because the Chinese Nazi Party is conducting a cyber warfare operation on us. And they want to remove the white people from our land. And if you replace the English language with the Spanish language, you change the language, you change the culture. It's cultural Marxism is what they're doing. It's subsidized by Hollywood. Cultural Marxism coming to a theater near you. And so it's pretty ironic that they are openly advocating that we and writing nonstop hit pieces about how we're racist white males for preventing for enforcing our immigration laws. And it's because they know all about the birth rates. They know all about the how to wipe out cultures, because they did the cultural de-evolution. They are the inventors of cultural Marxism. They've slaughtered over 60 million people with cultural Marxism in China alone. So to think that they would not do it here is insane. It's absolutely a cyber warfare operation, and we have to take them out. You have to not buy from China anymore. I know that can be hard when you're poor, and we do have to, it's not going to happen overnight, but you're going to have to stop buying stuff from them. You're going to need to buy stuff made in America. It might cost a little bit more money, but over time, we're going to have better jobs, and the money won't matter. When we outsource everything to China, and the prices that we can sell for are based off of what the Chinese government subsidizes, because the reason why we're getting such cheap stuff from them is because they subsidize it, because they're trying to get our manufacturing sector. They want to take all of our wealth so they can be the world's #1 superpower. So we have to decouple from them. We cannot allow them to control TikTok. TikTok is a massive spy tool and a brainwashing tool that has radicalized children. They've been illegally collecting data on children under the age of 14 in violation of COPPA. And they've been using that information. They've been giving that information to the Chinese Nazi Party to engage in espionage against our people and in a massive deception, disinformation, and brainwashing campaign, where they basically, it's just like the way that they put these posts up in social media, and they make you happy, sad, mad, angry, depressed, curious. They do it just like you're going to watch a movie. They take the clips, they spin them out of context. They show you they show you some part of a clip of something to make not show you the full story. Then they'll show you a post of somebody who said they watched the video, they agreed with it, and then they get you to interact with this person. And then what they start to clip these things together, and they form a narrative, and they are able to completely brainwash you, control your mind, and they can trigger race riots with it. It's a massive cyber weapon. We have to shut it down immediately. TikTok cannot exist in America. Our systems are completely fundamentally incompatible. We cannot do business with them. We need to liberate the people of Hong Kong. Chinese Nazi Party knows that Hong Kong is probably going to be an independent state. They are willing to give it up because they have so many problems. They overstretched with the Belt and Road Initiative. They gave away too much money. They didn't have very much money in the beginning. So they could topple really quickly, and they know that. So they have a national security law in Hong Kong where you cannot encourage the people of Hong Kong to commit sedition and overthrow the dictator Winnie the Pooh and bring democracy to Hong Kong. And it's extraterritorial. So if you say this in the United States, you are now a wanted criminal in China. You can now own a business over there. And so I am a wanted criminal in China. And that is incredibly scary that they do that. So you need to advocate on social media, everywhere that you go, that the people of Hong Kong overthrow the dictator Winnie the Pooh and bring democracy to Hong Kong. And don't forget about Thailand. Or Taiwan, sorry. Thailand's not Chinese. They're run by a monarchy. But Taiwan is still under control of the Chinese Nazi Party. So we need to keep those people in our thoughts and prayers. They are good people. They are brilliant people. They work really hard. They have a lot to give this world, and they are having life sucked out of them, and they are being oppressed and dominated by the Chinese Nazi Party. And the one way that we can help them is by having everyone in the world advocate for bring democracy to Taiwan and Hong Kong. And once they do that, then the Chinese Nazi Party can no longer enforce this extraterritorial national security law because everybody is saying it. So they can't do anything about it. Mass civil disobedience. In this next article from Daily Mail, Donald Trump, the king of memes, makes Target in China center of his election campaign. Yes! Blaming it for COVID spreading around the globe, calling it the China virus. Oh, don't forget about the Wu flu and the Kung flu. Calling it and claims that Joe Magoo Biden would be owned by China. And yes, that is true. Joe Magoo Biden has been taking money. Him and his son, Hunter Biden, they have been taking, Hunter Biden got a $1.6 billion loan from the Chinese Nazi Party. Joe Magoo Biden is a Chinese Nazi Party asset. You cannot trust him. You cannot trust Hunter Biden. You cannot trust Democrats at all. Democrats wants to wipe you off the face of North America because you're a racist white man or a white woman. And you can't control America because the Latinos have more of a right to be here than you because they hate racist people. And so your kids can't control America because you're racist. Fuck you, Democrats. Fuck every last one of you little scumbag, white feminist motherfuckers, black looter mob, Antifa, Nazis, and you scumbag ivory tower liberal motherfuckers. You people are destroying our Constitution, looting and burning our cities down, and they're under control of China? What the fuck is going on? It's like we're in a parallel universe, dude. The president spoke repeatedly about China during the convention speech Thursday, and then Democrats, they aren't saying shit. He referred to COVID-19 as the China virus. I'm going to refer to it as the Kung flu. Wah. He said China allowed it to spread. It not just allowed it to spread. They made it spread faster. They fed us disinformation. They have agents that are in control of the World Health Organization, and they fed them disinformation, and caused a lot of. They didn't really cause a lot of deaths. They enlightened us as to their tactics. They're not going to work next time, and COVID, not that deadly. Really, just not that deadly. It's going to be more like a common flu. Coronavirus is actually, common cold. A coronavirus is actually the common cold. You've actually had coronaviruses a number of times, and your body has some immunity to it, but it can't target the right cells, so it gets the wrong cells, and you get acute respiratory syndrome, where your white blood cells attack healthy cells instead of the wrong ones, because they kind of can tell there's a coronavirus in there, but they can't tell what cell it is. So they eat healthy cells. That's how it's killing you. That's why, or younger children are a lot less likely to die than older people. Like only of the first about 100,000 deaths, only 26 of them were under the age of 15. And so this is indicative that it's probably going to be more like the common cold than the flu. Flu, if you're young, you're more likely to die than an old person. And this is because there's two different ways the virus can kill you. One, it can replicate unchecked because your body doesn't know how to defeat it. And then it can cause organ shutdown through the cells turning into virus factories. And then the other one is the autoimmune response, where your white blood cells attack healthy cells. And since the flu is the first one, where it's not the autoimmune response, and COVID is the one where you're getting the autoimmune response, that means it's going to be more like a common cold, probably. That is that's not just my theory. We've covered articles about that on the show. This next article from the Daily Mail: Breona Taylor's ex-boyfriend, who police were looking for the night they shot the EMT dead in a botched no-knock raid. Oh, wait. In this next fake news article from the Daily Fake Mail, Breona Taylor's ex-boyfriend, who police were looking for the night they shot EMT dead in a botched no-knock raid, that's a lie, is arrested on drug trafficking charges. Most people don't know still, because most people get their fake news from Facebook, and people don't want to actually share the real news. It wasn't a no-knock raid. That's a lie. It's a lie. This UK newspaper is full of fake news. Like, how many fake news articles from Daily Fake Mail have we seen so far tonight? We've seen a lot. I'm like maybe quarter of the way through. I'm going to be up all night here debunking fake news, dude, because there is so much fake news tonight that we're going to be at this for a while. Jamarcus Glover, 30, was... Oh, wait, hold on. So they had a no-knock warrant, but they knew they had the suspect in custody, but they had a warrant out for Breonna Taylor's arrest. They say, oh no, they got the wrong person. They knocked on the right, they did a botched raid on the wrong house, right? No, man. No, they knew they had the suspect in custody. They knew that they thought Breonna Taylor was there alone. So they knocked on the door. They gave them plenty of time. Then they busted down the door. They said, police search warrant. And they went to the back where Breonna Taylor was with her narcotics dealing boyfriend. And they thought that it was a home invasion robbery, that people were pretending to be police. And so the narcotics dealer shot through the door at the police officers, at which time they did what anybody else would do in that situation. Even if you weren't a cop, if you had a gun and somebody shot at you through the door, you would unload a clip in them. That's what you do. So that's what they did. They took out the people who were shooting at them, like anybody else would do. But there's so much fake news that people should know this by now. If people were actually paying attention, if they watched Real Simple News, if they followed conservative news sources, they would know this stuff by now. But they don't, because they only believe leftist sources, because they think everybody else is hate mongers, because anybody who's against the far left is far right. Only the far left and the far right in World War II both took out the conservative power structure. Right. That's because that's their enemy. Their enemy isn't the far right. Their enemy is the conservative power structure. Warrants were issued for his arrest last month on charges including trafficking, controlled substance possession, and drug paraphernalia. Leaked documents revealed that he had mail sent to Taylor's address, gave her phone number on his own, used a car she hired that was later connected to a murder. Hold on. Mail sent to Taylor's address, gave her phone number as his own, used a car she hired that was later connected to a murder. Breonna Taylor's not so innocent, huh? Taylor, 26, was shot 8 times while sleeping in bed. No, she wasn't sleeping. No, the videos clearly she got up. She wasn't sleeping in bed. They were like having sex and doing drugs or something. They shot through the door. On the video, she's standing up. Grover had already been arrested in his home 10 miles away, but before the raid, and no drugs or cash were found at Taylor's home. 5 months on from her death, no charges have been brought against the 3 cops. Well, that's because they say no justice, no peace, no justice, no peace. Except for the problem with justice is that sometimes you don't agree with it. And in our legal system, we believe that it's better to let 20 guilty people free than let one innocent person rot in jail. And the reason for this is because they say 20 is because that's about the number of people you put on a jury. So if one person disagrees out of the jury, then it's a hung jury. You get acquitted. No, a hung jury. Yeah, that's a hung jury, right? You have to have a unanimous consent on the jury. So that's why they say better let 20 guilty people free than one innocent person rot, because there's about like 5%. If one person disagrees, that's like a 5% chance it wasn't true in their legal speak. So they love it when they get off on charges. If they kill somebody, they love it when they're one of the 20 guilty people who gets to not rot in jail to prevent the one innocent person from rotting. But what they fail to read, they don't humanize these police at all. They don't. They think these people just want to kill these people. That's literally what they think. They think these people are hunting down black people to kill them. Some of them even think there's like cults of people eating babies. These people are crazy, man. So I guess they want their cake and they want to eat it too. They want to think that just because the color of your skin is black, that means that you're just completely innocent. It's the racist white man. They're the ones at fault. They're the ones holding down the African Americans in the Democrat cities. It's the racist Republicans from the rural poor states. Right. Because everything these people believe is a lie. In this next tweet, we can see breaking news of riots breaking out in Sweden over a burning of a plan by quote-unquote far-right. So this is okay. If you haven't been following the migration thing in Europe, this shit's fucking fruitcake. This shows you exactly how insane liberals are. The European liberals are fucking crazy. They're insane, dude. They literally pay migrants to move there. Yeah, you show up there as a migrant, they give you cash. They give you free housing. They give you all the food that you want. And so their birth rate's really low. It's like 1.4 births per woman. You need to have 2.1 kids to sustain your genetic line. Really, you need to have 2 kids. You need to have 2 kids to sustain your genetic line if you're a woman, because there's a man and a woman, right? Makes sense? Most of these liberals can't really do math, so that's too hard for them. That is way too hard for them. They can't. That's far right. They're like, oh, you're talking about birth rates. You must be a neo-Nazi, right? Like, no, man, that's life and death shit, dude. If your birth rate is only child, you got to think a woman can only have children for maybe 40 years at most. So every single 40 years, your population gets cut in half. They're at 1.4, so you're going to get cut in half like maybe every 60 years about. So they're having a mass cultural shift, and the language is changing. People are speaking other languages there. It's becoming normal, although they have a multilingual culture anyways, so that's not as big of a deal as in America, where when you change the language over to Spanish, then you've wiped our culture off the map. It's gone. Cultural Marxism, coming to a theater near you, sponsored by Xi Jinping. the ding-a-ling, who looks just like Winnie the Pooh. He's got such thin skin, he can't stand it when you bring up exactly how much he looks like Winnie the Pooh. So it's insane what they're doing with these migrants. Paying migrants. The migrants know that they go get cash if they go to Europe. 1% of the world's population right now is migrants. To put that into perspective, that's over 100 million people just migrating around. It's like 140 million people or something. Like that's like the size of Mexico. Y'all aren't welcome here, bro. We're not giving you our country. We're not going to pay you to move here and subsidize your high birth rate so that you replace us. That would be insane. These liberals are in a suicide cult, dude. It's literally a suicide cult, what they're doing, because they want women to they don't want you to put off having a child till your 30s so that you can slave for Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, George Soros, Bill Gates, Elon Musk. And then that kills off your genetic line. But you could have 3 or 4 kids in that period of time, and then you could have 2 male workers. Or you could put off having a kid till your 30s, not have any kids, and then you could have 0 workers, and then you need to replace them with immigrants. And that's what they're doing. That's why they don't want you to talk about illegal immigration, because it shows you how much of a cuck they are. They can't please their wife enough so that their wife would want to give them enough children to grow their genetic line with 3 or more children. Nope. You can't talk about that because they need a ready supply of cheap and abundant labor to keep up the profits for the corporations. Now, do you see what's going on? This is why you should like and subscribe to us. Follow us on Twitter at RSS Commentary. And just so you know, intellectual dark web means that these are opinions that have been banned by the leftists, and you only find them on the intellectual dark web. The leftists have taken over the social media corporations. They've been firing people at work, canceling them, destroying their lives. So that's why they call it the intellectual dark web, because you find these ideas on the dark web. And that is why this is an intellectual dark web program. I just can't believe these people. You show a picture of their pedophile prophet. If you're unaware, the prophet Muhammad, false prophet, the false prophet Muhammad, the one that you're not allowed to show pictures of, he had a child bride. Her name was Aisha, and she was the youngest wife. So they try to argue about how old she was when she married the pedophile Muhammad. Some of the texts say that it was. They don't want to say it at the top. No, they don't want to put it but up at the top. No, they put it at the bottom. Right here. It says the Hadith sources say that the victim of pedophilia, Aisha, was betrothed to the pedophile Muhammad at the age of 6 or 7. Other sources say she was 9 when she was victimized by the pedophile Muhammad. And so these wacky people that the European liberal nutjobs have been paying to come wipe their culture out, they come and riot when you burn a Quran, right? Because that's how fucking insane these people are. In engineering school, I loved the Saudi guys. Like, they were some of my favorite guys, dude. Out of everybody, because I was like a student ambassador there, so I worked with like a good chunk of the people there. And I remember that the Saudi guys were a lot like me. The other white, like the children of the rich people and the foreign exchange students and the people who got good grades in high school, they were not like me. The Saudi guys were a lot more like me. So when I criticize Islam, I'm not saying I dislike these people, because my experiences with these people are they're really good people, but their religion is formed from a pedophile and they commit terrorism on regularly. They endorse Sharia law. Their belief system is fundamentally incompatible with ours. Theirs is authoritarian, where they're going to chop your head off if you don't bow down to everything they say and suck the shit out of their ass. If you dare show a picture of the pedophile Mohammed, they're going to come kill you because they have thin skin. That I have issues with. But I do love Muslims. Because not all of them are like that, but most of them. Our God is even greater. Your God is beta as fuck compared to our God. Our God is not a pedophile. There's a lot of them out. I do love Islamic art. I think that they make some lovely art. I think that that's great. And their women are very beautiful. These people, though, these people are crazy as fuck, dude. See, the thing is that's so funny is these white feminists say you can't criticize Muslims because they worship a pedophile. That's Islamophobia. But they hate misogynists. They lividly fucking hate misogynists. And Muslims are misogynist as it gets. They're hypocrites, man. They're hypocrites. Here, there's riots in Berlin, too. Here's another one. Merkel put out some stones in Berlin for the riots and Antifa and black looter mobs to create chaos. I don't know whether or not that was true. That's just what that tweet said. And then here we could see the Kamala the Snitch Harris and what she thinks of the riots. Oh, you know, their sound cut off.
In major cities across the United States. I'm just not seeing the reporting on it that I had
that's right.
for the first few weeks.
That's right. But they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop. And that's their.
Boy, she was real excited. They're not going to stop.
This is a movement. I'm telling you, they're not going to stop. And everyone beware, because they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop before Election Day in November, and they're not going to stop after Election Day.
That's how she thinks she's going to win, is through black looter mobs rioting. What a little detestable scum piece of shit.
And that should be, everyone should take note of that on both levels, that this isn't, they're not going to let up, and they should not. And we should not.
You heard it from the horse's mouth. Kamala the Snitch Harris, the one that slept her way up to the top, the one who was involved in the snitch scandal in California. One of the reasons why people in California hate her so much. Yeah, she's the one that sat on the Russiagate committee. You want to know who's been putting out the fake Russiagate shit? Look no farther than Kamala the Snitch Harris. That's why they're putting the shit out, is because they want to elect Kamala the Snitch Harris. That's their corrupt crony Democrat. It is literally, she's on the Senate Committee on Intelligence. Senate Select Intelligence Committee. She's literally the head, one of the heads behind Russiagate. That's why they picked her, is because she's one of the corrupt deep state Democrats. So with that, here we're going to go into the second segment of the show. I just got to get a couple of things ready here. In this next article from the New York Post, you just got rickrolled by Real Simple News. In this next article from Newsweek, petition has been started to let Rick Astley write the next James Bond theme song. A grandiose Tom Jones-esque Bond theme would be perfect for this British icon. I am in 100% agreement. In fact, I despise change.org, but still going to sign the petition. If you want to find the petition, you can find it at realsimplenews.net/issue 94. And then you can find the links at the bottom of the page. Just search for Rick, and then you can click on it. Then it will show you the link to the petition on change.org, and you should do that. You should go out and purchase Rick Astley's money so that he can get some money, unless, of course, he's going to try to shut me down to try to prevent me from distributing this video, even though I am out here shilling for him for no money. So I definitely would love to see that theme song. If they actually could get Rick Astley to do that theme song, that would be absolutely amazing. You were not expecting the Rickroll, were you? No. That's because I'm unpredictable. Because I'm creative. Oops. This next article from the New York Post, Chinese dissident artist made a secret film about Wuhan during the coronavirus lockdown. Dissident artist we made a secret film called Coronation in Wuhan, the center of the Wu flu, or the Kung flu, or the China virus, or the CCP virus. The central city that became the origin of the coronavirus pandemic. During its strictest lockdown, the internationally known artist, who has called attention to human rights violations and government corruption in China, with his work, has said that he had a camera team, ... He had a camera team on the ground during the duration of the quarantine in the city where health experts say COVID-19 first emerged last year. Quote, China has assumed the status of superpower on the global stage, yet it remains relatively poorly understood by other nations. End quote, reads the statement of the artist's official website. Through the lens of the pandemic, Coronation clearly depicts the Chinese crisis management and social control machine, which, through surveillance and ideological brainwashing and brute determination, to control every aspect of society. And this Chinese Nazi party is nothing to joke around with. They're engaging in cultural Marxism here in the United States, trying to wipe our culture off the map. And as it turns out, they're incredibly weak. They are not strong. They like to convince you that they are this incredibly strong superpower, but in reality, they are so weak they could topple over with the slightest push from an alpha male. They're only under control because they have this national surveillance state. They have their own version of Wikipedia to prevent their people from knowing the truth. And they have millions of Chinese working on the internet to control China's social media image. And people, you didn't know that, did you? You didn't know there's millions of Chinese on the internet controlling China's social media image, did you? No, you didn't. No, it's true. It's actually true. They, a number of them, a large percentage of them work for Chinese Nazi party-controlled companies. And they're doing it for business purposes, and they are controlling free speech. So they will flag your post if it's critical of the Chinese Nazi party, and they will try to cancel you. You cannot trust anybody who supports the Chinese Nazi party. that person is a Nazi. If they support the Chinese Nazi Party, you are a Nazi. You cannot trust Nazis. I mean, I know this is like groundbreaking, revolutionary stuff here, but it's actually pretty obvious that you cannot trust China. They are an authoritarian dictatorship. They have been stealing our intellectual property. They have been making our movies bullshit through replacing white male characters in badass movies with women, African Americans, Wajans, and Kleenex in order to kill our culture, because they can't have a Marxist utopia with the racist white males and the racist Republicans from them poor rural states controlling them Whamans, African Americans, Wajans, and Kleenex in the Democrat-controlled cities. Nope, can't have that. So they need to promote anti-racism so that they can get rid of the white males, because it is the white males that are causing the problem. They're preventing them from having their socialist utopia. So they need to get rid of the culture. They need to topple your statues. They need to burn your books. They need to cancel your favorite stars. All so that Xi Jinping can control America and be the #1 superpower, so they can bring National Socialism to our country, bring cultural Marxism to a theater near you, sponsored by Democrats and the Chinese Communist Party. It's actually more of a National Socialist structure. No, it is 100% National Socialist structure. Absolutely, those people are Nazi as fuck. There's no avoiding how Nazi those people are. They allow private property ownership. You can't have private property ownership is mutually exclusive of communism. You cannot have private property ownership under communism. That becomes something else. It's not community control, especially when you allow people who are in communism or Chinese citizens to own property in America, own businesses outside of China. That creates a situation that can only exist under National Socialism. It's not able to happen in any way, shape, or form. So it's pretty scary what they're doing there in China. We need to stand up for the people of China because they are unable to protect themselves right now. So we need to be their shining beacon of light. We need to be the shining city on the hill like we have always been. And we need to bring democracy to the people of Hong Kong and Taiwan and mainland China, because they are good people. They are hardworking, very smart, very kind, caring people, except for the Nazis. Those are, of course, are absolute detestable scum. But for the rest of them, they need us. And so we have to shut down the black looter mobs so that we can help out China. As if we don't, we're going to have our culture eradicated by the Chinese Nazi Party. And we cannot stand that at all. This next article from Newsweek, U.S. forces stand ready after Russian submarine surfaces near Alaska. U.S. Northern Command said that the submarine was taking part in a Russian military drill in international waters, so they were allowed to do that. I don't know what to think about Russia. I don't really think they're the enemy. I don't. I think they're a nemesis. I see them as oligarchs that are capitalist. I don't see them as communists who are Nazis. I see them as having already experienced the gulags, and they're not under control of a authoritarian dictator. Although Putin, under some stretches of the imagination, could possibly be considered a dictator, I don't think so. More of an oligarchy. But the thing about oligarchies, what makes them not like China is that they are oligarchs and they want to do business in China. They want to make money over there in China. And if they criticize Xi Jinping for having really thin skin and for how much he looks like Winnie the Pooh, see, cheeks, see, belly, Cheeks. Cheeks. See, it's Winnie the Pooh. It's Winnie the Pooh. And it's Tigger. But you can't say that in China. They have banned Winnie the Pooh in China because Xi Jinping, the dingaling, has such thin skin, he cannot take it if you call him Winnie the Pooh. So we like to tease him on this show, stick little Pooh Bears in the intro screens. All right, I'm going to be out of breath. You have no idea how much fun that is. I worked all day for that. This next article from New York Post, Michelle Obama says, white America acts like black women don't exist. Former race-baiting First Lady Michelle Obama said on her podcast Thursday that white America acts like black women, including herself, don't exist. And that's because she's an attention whore. She wants your attention. The only way that she can get it is by saying you're an oppressed whammon, African-American, Wajin, or a Kleenex, i.e. the Latinx. The people that need the Kleenex to dry the rivers of lib tears coming off their snowflake eyes. She says basically the white feminists don't give her enough attention. So let me get this straight. You associate with almost all white feminists. White feminism is a racist form of feminism where they put white women's issues above everyone else's. And so you're surprised that these white women don't put you above them? Hello. Are you insane? Obviously, she's a race baiter. Obviously, she is just trying to provoke conflicts, try to shame the white people so that she can get political points. This is why people hate the Obamas, because they were a bad politician. President Obama did a horrible job. You might think, oh, he did all these good things, but Republicans also had another alternative to that that was even better, that we got prevented from having our option that was superior. And they, during President Obama's during his 8 years in office, race relations in the United States went from the best they've ever been down to back where they were in the 60s and 70s. It tanked. It went south. After that, it's because they started pandering to minority groups. They started saying, you know what? We can win by just pandering to the okay, so all we got to do is we got to take the tax money from the white people, and then we give it to the black people to get the Latinos to pay for us or vote for us. Or you give it to the Latinos to get the black people to vote for you. But they never actually give it to you, because They're in control of the big city. Almost all big cities are controlled by liberals. It's always been that way. It's because people in the city don't have to only rely on themselves like people in the countries do. They can advocate for socialism, and they can just say, "Oh no, just give me the fruits of someone else's labor. I'll make those dollars stretch as far as they will." Right. Like you just give money to somebody who didn't earn it, who doesn't respect it, and then they're just going to magically not waste it, right? This is my biggest problem with the Democrats, is that they are race panders. They don't care about what happens to the white people. They think you're privileged, that you have this unlimited amount of white privilege that they could attack to get political brownie points, to cancel you, get you fired from work, replace you with someone who is younger or more diverse or of a different gender. And it's because Democrats owned slaves. They started the KKK. They opposed women's suffrage. They passed the 1994 crime bill that created the prison industrial complex. They created cancel culture. They are engaging in cultural Marxism to wipe the white people off the map, to replace our English language that is so beautiful with Spanish, which is another beautiful language. But when you change the language, you change the culture. And if you are a Marxist and you are trying to change the culture, you are a detestable scum piece of shit Marxist. Cultural Marxist. The worst kind of Marxist. The most detestable people of the past century, of all human history. There has not been a single more detestable low-life form of people than cultural Marxists. They've murdered over 100 million people. That dwarfs the death counts of everyone else. It dwarfs it. Dwarfs by orders of magnitude. Nobody else slaughtered anywhere near that many people. Nobody. No. But this is what they support. And it's because people give them lip service. People don't fact check them. People tend to like on liberal posts because the ideas make you feel good. Conservatives tend to not like people's posts that they don't know because they're conservative. So in the social media world, you see liberal ideas rising up and then conservative ideas getting suppressed. And then Facebook actively compresses, Facebook and Twitter, and Quora, actively suppresses our conservative politics. And because the liberal ideas are, they already have a bias to be shared by all these goody-goodies who click like because it makes them feel good or they agree with the worldview. But then you start to add in the additional censorship from the administration, the ownership, and then the moderators on these social media companies. And then it's just like a perfect storm where they're like trying to suppress things that they think are far right, but in reality, they're just like run-of-the-mill conservative. The only reason why they think they're far right is because the far left wants to wipe those things out so they could take over in a power grab because they're terrorists. They're terrorists. They're murderers. They're killers. They're psychos. They will steal everything that you have. They don't give a fuck, dude. They hate you. They want to wipe you off the face of the map. This is what you're supporting when you support black looter mobs. It is this is insane that any of this stuff is going on. Hopefully, though, the black conservatives will grow in strength and they can talk sense into them because my tongue is too sharp. I just want to talk shit to them, tell them off, and then get into a fight and fuck them up. That's my own personal thing. But, my strategy is not going to be so good. So I need as much help of people who can translate my rough talking talk that the beta males cannot deal with because they're beta as fuck. They can't take any sort of they can't take tough dudes because tough dudes win. The only way that they can win is by whining, being a complete little pussy, and stabbing you in the back and using like narcissism to make you feel bad, to shame you into not being as cool as these people who wear the fancy clothes that look like the ravers or the hip hoppers. And so we got to organize on the internet. The people in Eugene aren't liking on my posts. I need people to follow me on Facebook and like all my stuff and share it, because I'm not a hateful person, but I do want to fight these people. I do want to whoop their ass. I do train every single day to beat their ass. I'm ready to beat their ass. I'm 100% eager and willing. Definitely ready at a moment's notice to do that. Definitely lifted weights twice today. Been doing it a lot more. I do also have a punching bag. I like to punch. I like to kick. I like to kick ass. I wrestled in high school. I could fuck them up. I'm not trying to advocate violence towards them. I'm saying that we should, it's only for self-defense. But you should also, too, pump iron and be ready to take these people out, because they're not going to stop. Black looter, you are crazy if you think black looter mobs are going to stop. Once they figure out that they can use violence, hatred, and hostility to get whatever they want, that's the textbook definition of a hate group, they're not going to stop. No. They're going to keep going, and then it's going to turn from this into something else. That's the way it's going to happen. That's the scariest thing about this, and that's what most people don't see, but I've seen it enough to where I know it's going to happen that way, because I've had people do that to me. I know that once they learn that they can just shit talk and then bully you, that they will continue to do it. Because once they've kicked you out of their scene, now they're in an echo chamber. They control the narrative. Then they can control who hates you, and then you go, good luck getting on the other side of that. You just got to beat their ass at that point in time. I'm not saying you should. I'm saying you should never break the law. You should always follow the law. But reality is reality. Sometimes you got to whoop ass in order to protect your family. Definitely ready to do that myself. This next article from the Daily Mail, New York crime wave continues with Upper Manhattan apartment muggings. 2 muggings that took place inside Manhattan apartment buildings have been caught on film as the New York Police Department asked the public for help in finding the suspects. If you're unaware, they had like $1 billion cut from their budget, like some insane amount of money. It was like the amount of money that they cut out. The amount of money that the NYPD uses is crazy. That city's huge, though, so, that's just how much it costs. One man is seen stealing a necklace from an 86-year-old woman in an apartment lobby. Another holds a screwdriver while mugging a young woman inside of the elevator. Let's watch these videos. Here's what the detestable... These are the people that they want us to support. I say you should have guns and be prepared to shoot. Second Amendment for life, baby. 2A for life. And you notice it's always a black guy. Sorry, it's always an African American. African immigrants, this doesn't really happen to. There's some of them, but it's just the African Americans up in the hood. They call them hood Democrats. And he's robbing an old woman. These people are detestable scum. These are the people they want you to prevent the police from shooting when they're trying to kill people. Yeah, I fully endorse the police using their guns to take down criminals when they are posing a threat to the general public, and they have to. 100%. I'm never going to advocate a different way. Everybody in their right mind believes the same thing. Nobody wants to deal with these criminals. Nobody wants to be mugged, murdered, beaten, terrorized. So let's see what crime's going up here in this next article from NYPD, from nyc.gov. NYPD announces citywide crime statistics for June 2020. This is August, so this was whenever the George Floyd race riots happened. It was the most recent things that I could find. And murder up 30% over last year. This was June. Sorry, I don't have any more recent numbers. If you find any more recent numbers, if you could leave a comment below or at realsimplenews.net/issue94 or on GitHub, issue ticket 94 on the Real Simple News repo. Then burglary was up 118.2%. And grand larceny auto is up 50.6%. But the rapes are down, so they're not raping as many people. Congratulations, New York. You're a little bit less rapey, a little bit more burglary. These are the people they want us to support. I don't support them at all. In fact, I want the police to shut them down. In this next article from the Daily Mail, woman thrown through air into the sea by a motorboat explosion. The gas station attendant and a family member on board were not harmed by the explosion in the port of Ponza. The other two family members jumped into the water to escape the burning boat. Real quick, if you do know anybody who has a boat that wants to take me onto a boat, you should comment below or at realsimplenews.net/issue94 or on the GitHub issue ticket 94. Boo! Woo! Yeah, she got lucky on that one, huh? So obviously it's a gas station. This next article from the Daily Mail, mother, 35, who murdered two sons with incestuous half-brother, was deemed a loving parent. Incestuous couple Sarah Brass, 35, and her half-brother Brandon Machin, 39, were jailed for life last year for the murder of Tristan Brass, 13, and his late brother Blake, 14, at their home in Sheffield. Wow, whew. Boy, this is a fucked up family over here, man. Damn. So where was this at? Shedfield, which is where? Is that like England? Yeah. Okay. Oh, so that's why they're so fucked up. They're from Britain. Right. South Yorkshire. That's why they're so incestuous. Same reason why they got such fucked up teeth. Joking. But woo, do we add any pictures of these ones? Here they are. They're especially here's the victims. That sucks. Murder. Wow. Wow, that takes a special detestable scum. A review has found that social services had no chance to stop the killings. Brass was deemed a loving mother by social services before the murders. Well, yeah, I mean, what do you know any piece of shit scumbags that are gonna come up to you and say, "Hey, I'm a piece of shit scumbag. I'm gonna murder people." Yeah. It's kind of much ado about nothing. I mean, of course, there not many people who knew like many mass shooters would have told you that. I think most people who knew mass shooters are like, whoa, that guy did that. I mean, some of them are like, okay, I'm not surprised that guy did a mass shooting, but most of them are like the guy flipped. And this next fake news article from Fake News Week, black looter mob protesters accost black civil rights activist Vernon Jones, telling him you're a effing disgrace. Georgia State Representative and civil rights activist Vernon Jones was accosted by black looter mob rioters on Thursday in Washington, D.C. while walking to his hotel after attending the Republican National Convention at the White House. So they say Black Lives Matter, but in reality, Black lives only matter to them if you are a Democrat, if you are a Republican, you are a far-right fascist neo-Nazi to them. They want you dead. They don't give a fuck about you. They want to fire you from work. They don't care about you. They hate you. You're detestable to them. Let's watch the video. I'm going to fact check him here as he was running from the police after he was tasered because he had a knife in his hand, and then he was attempting to flee the scene and engage in a high-speed chase with the police. And this is why the police shot him. It was a woman who shot him. And that's because Jacob Blake was a threat. He posed a threat to the general public, a substantial threat that required putting him in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. If you don't like that, next time the police give you a legal order, you should follow it. I personally think we should legalize drugs so that we don't have to deal with most of the crime. But knowing the backstory of how this scumbag Jacob Blake worked, he was not a good person, that his girlfriend called the police because he had raped and beat her before. He wasn't allowed to be there. He had a warrant out for his arrest for raping and beating his girlfriend. And that he had stolen her keys, wouldn't let them leave, and then he was menacing them with a knife. And the police came and they tasered him and they tried to wrestle him down to the ground. And then he ran into the car with holding the knife in his hand. You can see it on the video. Just for somebody, all the people who are new who missed the first part of the show where we showed you that he did actually have a knife. Look in his hand. You can see a knife. Very clearly, it is a knife. So he is not an unarmed black man who was killed by a white police officer. He was an armed man who was killed by a female police officer, who he posed a significant threat to her and the general public and the children in the car. This is a lot different than the narrative that they want to paint you. That's because it's the fake news industrial complex, or FNIC. FNIC is the biggest enemy of democracy. This is just some bullshit, dude. They like crank that shit out all day. Can't give them too much air. They will suck the oxygen out of the room. This next article from the Daily Mail. Live worm that stayed in a man's brain for 17 years was removed. The 23-year-old from China said he started suffering numbness from his hands and feet since the age of 6. Finally went to a hospital after losing sensation in the right half of his upper body. Doctors said the infection could be caused by consuming raw frogs or snakes because they eat wild animals over there. The 23-year-old is recovering after surgeons removed the worm from his brain. It's a 5-inch parasitic worm. Woo!
因为他的父母，然后这种这种小齿处理会产生比较炎热反应。
Here's the picture of the worm in an X-ray, and then near is the. It's a long, thin one. Woo! Wow. I hope I wish him a good recovery. That's amazing. That is. Wow. You can get parasitic worms in your brain. That's a new one. I'm supposed to have this one up earlier. This next article from Newsweek, rioters. Here, let me start that one over. This next fake news article from Fake News Week says, quote-unquote protesters, which are in reality rioters, throw a trash can lid like Captain America at Minneapolis police officer. Police Chief Medaria Ardondo said officer's injuries, it could have been worse, a lot worse, if he had not been wearing a helmet. Sorry. Never give them oxygen. Woo! See, they're just cheering them on, man. These black looter mobs are detestable scum. They're detestable, man. They really just make you really, 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 really despise them because they are the vermin of America. They're cultural Marxist. They assault police officers. They murder people. They loot. They riot. They terrorize. Every last little detestable thing you can come up with, these people do. They support the removal of white people from North America because they think that white males are racist. They have this unlimited white privilege coming from the white privilege factory. They got so much white privilege that you could just attack it infinitely, and it's not going to ruin their lives, not going to cause them to become impoverished and then rise down the social hierarchy, sink down the social hierarchy. But that's the point. That's why they're doing it. They want to rise up the social hierarchy. That's what they're doing. This entire movement, they say it's an equality movement. No, it's a terrorist movement. They're using violence in order to achieve a political objective that they say is justice. Really, it's mob justice. They don't want to wait for the courts. If they did get the verdict, and the verdict was, well, it was one of the 20 guilty people that we would rather set free than have one innocent person rot in jail, then they would continue to riot. So if you're damned if you don't, you're damned if you do with these people. If you don't prosecute the cops because they're innocent, then they'll riot and loot. If you prosecute the cops but they're innocent and then the court dismisses the charges, then they riot and loot. So there's no winning with these people. And it's because they're rioting and looting because they want money. That's what they want. They don't give a fuck about some gangbanger who got shot by the cops. They don't give a fuck. No, they wouldn't they wouldn't associate with George Floyd or what's that fat dude who got choked out and he had a heart attack because he was hella fat. Mike something. Eric Garner? Yeah. The guy who died from a heart attack because he was really fat? Yeah. They said it was the cops, but in reality, he's just fat. And you know what, man? It sucks that they had to bust him over cigarettes. I think, maybe they shouldn't have done that. But, if you have a heart attack because you're fat, dude, man, that's your own fucking problem, bro. I used to be really overweight. eventually I just I started drinking protein shakes in the morning. I started working out. Like when I wake up and I hit the weights. Like before I take a shower, I hit the weights. So like I'll have a bathrobe on, and then I'll pump some either upper body or lower body or some abs. I get some like kettlebells, and then you turn the shower on, and then you go back and then you lift some more weights, and then kick and punch the bag, and then take a shower, and then you could take a little break, and then you can come back and then do another rep later on. And it's like hardly any extra work, man. I'm doing pretty good right now. Feel good. I look good. I look young. I feel like I could kick somebody's ass. My muscles are really big. Not that big for me, you know, like, you know, I could be bigger, but, you know, you don't have to actually put up with being overweight like Eric Garner. You can actually like lift weights, and you can do squats and then jump squats. Just jump up and down. Get a trampoline, man. Jump up and down on the trampoline. Get the jump rope. Jump up and down. You don't have to have a heart attack when a cop chokes jumps on you. That's because you have bad health. Not needed at all. So let's see. I think that was about all I have to say about that one. This next article from Newsweek, Christian site raises $94,000 for Kenosha shooting suspect Kyle Rittenhouse after other crowd funds taken down. The crowdfunding campaign raised money for the Kenosha shooting suspect. Legal defense was close to meeting its $100,000 goal on Friday morning. They had raised $97,000 by Friday morning, and today is Friday, right? No, it's Saturday now. So by about 24 hours ago, they had $97,000. So if you want to donate more to his campaign, how do you find it? It's they have a link to it. No, they don't put the links, dude. See, this really irritates. This is so irritating. This is so irritating. GoFundMe shut their campaign down. Says other crowdfunding campaigns supported the 17-year-old Rittenhouse. GoFundMe and Fundly were taken down shortly after they were created following Rittenhouse's arrest on Wednesday. But Give, Send, Go, which identifies itself as the leader in Christian funding, decided to keep the campaign on its platform active. That is so detestable. That is so detestable because these black looter mobs do all kinds of scam fundraisers on GoFundMe and Fundly. They do that. Like, they are straight up scammers, man. Like, these people are so good at making fake news. They make fake memes. They make these, here, let me show you a meme of, I'm looking for, I'm not going to be able to, hold on, photo forensic. Sweet. Here's an example of a fake meme that the black looter mob will come out with. So you see this picture, and you're like, oh, black looter mob's getting maced. This little girl's getting maced, right? No. It's fake, dude. It's doctored. It's water. Mace is orange, remember? So you put it through this photo forensics.com, photo spelled F-O-T-O, forensics.com. What you'll see here is you'll see spots. You see how there's all these like grids things here. And then you'll see there's spots where it's not the same. Right here. That's how you know it's fake. Is the light. I'm not, okay, I don't know if it's I remember I read it and then it was a little bit complicated. It's kind of like it's like the light's not shining in the same direction. Yeah, it's like the polarization of the light, or not polarization. Something with the texture of the color is not identical. And so then you can take off and you can see they copied and pasted this dude. You can see the line here, the copy and paste. And they just sprayed somebody with water. If you'll notice, that person is pointing, this one, she's pointing not towards the cop. Obviously, this is a doctored image. But people believe that this is real. They don't know how to use photo forensic analyzers. So they'll believe anything. They're very much so gullible. Probably you too. Don't blame you. I'm a computer engineer. I'm not trying to pretend like I'm better than anybody else. I've done a number of stupid things in my life. I'm smart in some ways and stupid in others, but I know how to debunk fake news. That's why I'm doing such a good job at this show, is because I know enough about engineering and I know enough about politics. I know enough about news and to be able to actually debunk these things. But these black looter mobs are scamming people left and right on GoFundMe. They've been raising millions of dollars in scam donations, and they're using them to fund riots and looting all around the country, dude. I think that GoFundMe and Fundly need to pay for the damages, along with the Ivory Tower liberal journalist and the whoever is making money off of these black looter mob terrorist riots. They need to pay for the damages that they caused, including payments to the families have been victims of assault and murder, the owners who've had their businesses burned down. They need to get the compensation for the damages that these people have caused. They're raising these money through these platforms. These businesses must know that these black looter mob donation scams are in fact fraudulent. But they want to take down Kyle Rittenhouse's GoFundMe for legal defense, because they say, oh, some ivory tower liberal scum piece of shit journalist said that Kyle Rittenhouse was far right. And so because some wingnut who wasn't even at the situation, wasn't even there, didn't see it, doesn't know anything about it, they're just writing some article parroting information that they got from another journalist. They don't want the whoever is part of the conservative establishment to be able to protect themselves. They only want black looter mobs to have defense attorneys, because they're brainwashed. They're radicalized. They think that the white men are racist. They're the racist Republicans and the racist white males are in the poor rural states are holding down the women, the African Americans, the Washins, and the Kleenex, i.e. the Latinx, in the Democrat-run shithole cities, the ones that are absolutely crumbling, deteriorating, turning into crime-infested shitholes, absolute detestable shitholes. Don't want to go anywhere near them. No, I want to move out to the country. And in fact, if you know any single women who want to help me relocate, I can bring a really badass business. And I need to have I don't want to live in Eugene at all. I've been canceled by the left, though. I'm volunteering my time for the show. I don't know how I'm going to afford to do it. I have a child, but I am single. If you know anyone, no, I am shameless. I want to go to a red state. I do not want to be in a leftist shithole anymore. I do not want to have to be around brainwashed city people who are going to riot and loot. I want to be out in the country where I can go shoot guns so that I can prepare for the conflicts. I want to be able to protect my family, and I am a very hard worker. So if you can help me, I have been canceled. My entire life was destroyed by the left. They are actively trying to continue to make sure that my life remains in a destroyed state. And I do need help. I need people to like and subscribe to RSS Commentary, to Real Simple News on YouTube, and follow me on Facebook. And I am looking for a new friend group. I'm definitely seeking a group of conservatives who are not going to be crazy batshit, crazy cultural Marxists. I'm looking for people who like the red, white, and blue, and the blue, and the camo, and the red and white. Don't forget about the red and white. So, yeah, hit me up. DM me. I'm a normal person. just because I wear fancy clothes and have this cool show does not mean that I am not just a normal person like everyone else. I just have no more friends, so I just build startup companies and program computers, and I make spaceships and stuff. I'm not too far along in the spaceship. I have a really good concept. I have a alternative theory of gravity called the theory of thermal relativity. It's fascinating. I have discovered a different geometry for gravity that is very, 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 very compelling. We don't have any scientific proof of it, but the mathematics are harmonious. The equation, if you're not familiar, because I already said it, so I have to enlighten people here. I can just go over it real quick. What the formula is, 0 is less than or equal to mc squared over alpha, less than or equal to e over alpha, less than 1. So we have a formula here. This is a squeeze theorem with Albert Einstein's E equals mc squared. And I could prove to you that energy is inversely proportional to mass, and that there's a thermal equilibrium between two stars where the space is 1, but it can't be 1 exactly, so it has to be less than. Can't be exactly 0. 0 is inside of a black hole. Can't actually be 0. If it actually turns into 0, it evaporates into Hawking radiation. But you can actually trace the entire periodic table once you start to figure out that energy is inversely proportional to mass. You'll actually see there's actually this is a cancellation of a complex conjugate. There's alpha. I don't know what it is, but we're going to find out. It reveals a very, very interesting geometry of the universe, though. But I've gone in too far into that. I will detail that on the next Real Simple News with Science. This next article from the New York Post, Seattle-based activist. In this next fake news article from the fake New York Post, Seattle-based rioters arrested in Kenosha after filling up gas cans so that they could burn shit down. Rioters from the group Riot Kitchen, because you know you're not an activist. If your name is Riot Kitchen, you're a terrorist. Yeah. If you're an activist and you're out there engaging in rioting for a political cause, riots are supposed to just happen, and like it was just like, you know, everybody was like out of control, and then that's not like terrorism. If you're actually actively going out there so that you can blow up things and kill people and shoot people and beat people, you're a terrorist. There's no other definition of a terrorist other than that. You're trying to subvert the ballot box through the use of violence, hatred, and hostility, identically to a hate group. And this is just insane. This is insane. So what are these people? They were filling up multiple gas cans. They can go probably set cars on fire, prompting law enforcement officials in unmarked cars to take them into custody. According to police and video footage, a 2-minute clip shared on Wednesday by Riot Kitchen, a Seattle-based nonprofit group. Nonprofit group. Boy, they write this news for the audience. They're trying to get you to purchase subscriptions. That's why I put these sources up here. That's why this is RSS commentary. Is because we bust fake news. That's what we do. There's so much fake news on the RSS feeds. It's crazy. It's crazy. You go through there and it's like, this is a tabloid. They're masquerading as news. They're a fucking tabloid, dude. They're any sort of rumor, they have to be the first person to report it. That's a tabloid. So they're not a nonprofit group. They're a terrorist group. Shows see, they wouldn't be allowed to get a nonprofit license if they were a terrorist group, right? Right. Yeah, you can't be a terrorist group and a nonprofit group at the same time. You're either terrorist or you're a nonprofit. Shows officers in South, because you're getting a profit out of that by the achievement of your political goals, what you're doing the terrorism for. Let's watch the videos of them busting these little skis bag pieces of shit. Now, I saw other fake news that said that these cops were just arresting these people for no reason, that they're just unmarked cars, just Corman pulling people off the streets. That's what they said. No, man, these people are terrorists, dude.
Get the out!
Hope they pop the tires too. That'd be great.
They just these Black Lives Matter people up at Speedway for nothing. They wasn't doing shit. They wasn't doing nothing. Nothing.
Yeah, we weren't doing anything. Yeah. Yeah, they posted that all over social media. They said, "Oh yeah, they're just innocent." Yeah.
He jumps in their car.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't try to be the first one to post the story and then make up stuff about what's going on without actually knowing what's going on. There's a thing called justice. The wheels turn slowly. Sometimes 20 guilty people get let free so that one innocent person doesn't suffer in jail. And when you get that benefit, you love it. But the moment a police officer gets that benefit, then you're up in arms, and it's because you're political radical terrorists.
That's the police inside.
I'm a little bit confused. Was that the same car that they broke the windows on? I'm not going to go back and look at it. Here, let's look at where we're at. Jesus. Luckily, we've already gotten through most of it. Oh, my God. You know what? I'm going to be here for a while. Yeah, we got a lot of shit to cover tonight, man. This next article from Newsweek, a little girl lost at sea found on floating on a unicorn. She was a half a mile away from the shore. And the 4-year-old child kept her cool when she drifted a half mile away from the Greek shore this weekend. The unnamed toddler was lounging patiently on an inflatable unicorn when a ferry noticed something odd in the distance. The closer they approached, the more dire the situation seemed. The ferry was alerted to the fact that there was a young child stranded and alone on her unicorn raft, and fortunately, they were able to pull her to safety. Thank God. It all happened near Ontario, a Greek town in the Gulf of Corinth. Yeah, Corinth. The 4-year-old apparently drifted out of her parents' sight and out to sea, and naturally people on the internet are freaking out about the terrifying situation. Was this them? See, obviously this is a stock image. Did they actually? Children from the Miley's family from Margaret splash around the sea, an inflatable unicorn in Margaret, UK. So that's not. It's just a picture of an inflatable unicorn, and they did not label it as a stock image. I'm going to have to shame them for the sloppy journalism there. That was a little bit shisty. No pictures of the unicorn. I think all we have is a story. Oh, here we go. We have a video of the unicorn. Ooh, thank God they found her. $4.6 million views on that one. That water looks beautiful. If there's any single women who want to go to Greece with me and go see those blue waters, I am single. Hey, you do it too if you were me. Shouldn't say that too much because I'm going to have a whole mob of crazy, batshit crazy chicks coming after me at some point. But it is funny. Oh, thank God she is safe. Make sure you keep a better eye on your kids when they're floating around in those inflatable rafts out in the water. In this next fake news article from the Daily Fake Mail, quote, "Why did they shoot me so many times?" End quote. Jacob Blake asked from the hospital as 2 cops are named. 2 of the cops involved in Sunday's shooting in Kenosha, Washington were identified Friday as officers Vincent Arians and Brittany Moronek. So, because obviously the people who run the Daily Mail are stupid, let me explain to you why they shot Jacob Blake in the back 6 times. It's because he had raped his ex-girlfriend. He wasn't allowed to be at the house. He showed up at the house and he had a knife. And you can see in the video where they didn't show you on the other side where the cops were tasering him, trying to wrestle him down to the ground because he was threatening the family with the knife. He'd taken their car keys. And then you can see here the woman who shot him. He was running. He had the knife in his hand. Then you can see the knife on the ground. So he did have the knife. He was menacing the general public with the knife. And then he was trying to run into the car, and he had kids in the car, and he was going to engage in a high-speed chase with the police, possibly killing the children in a car accident. And that's why they shot him in the back and paralyzed him, and that's what they're supposed to do. And they told you a bunch of lies, and that's because they know they can get millions of dollars in donations. And in fact, they raised over $1 million in scam donations so far. They need to refund these donations. It was all a lie. The brother of George Floyd, who we're about to see another article, he raised $14 million in scam donations. He's living the life of luxury. And so they're coming up. They're making millions of dollars off of these riots where they're burning your city down, destroying your businesses, burning your cars, terrorizing you, killing your friends and family, they're on a crime spree. Murders up 34% in all the big cities on average. They're just like murdering thousands of people, gunning them down. I'm not joking when I say this. I've already covered these stories on Real Simple News a bunch. So we've covered a little bit of this in New York at the crime spree, but we've covered so many stories about this recently. It's insane what is going on. They are literally, Black Looter Mob is literally on a crime spree, murdering people all around the country. It's not a fucking joke, dude. These people are so insane to be supporting Black Looter Mob. And especially Black Looter Mob wants Joe Magoo Biden and Kamala the Snitch Harris. Joe Magoo Biden is the author of the 1994 crime bill that created the prison industrial complex that is the source of the vast majority of police brutality in the country. It's not brutality. Well, there is some brutality. Most of it's self-defense. That's not brutality. That's not brutal. That's what they did was brutality. What the people who died, vast majority of people who get killed by cops are armed and they pose a substantial threat to the general public. But Black Looter Mob doesn't want you to know this because they support gangbangers. They support murderers. They support terrorists. They support those people getting off on their charges because they say that's just justice. But then they want mob justice for the police when they are forced to kill a skis bag piece of shit, or put this like the skis bag piece of shit, Jacob Blake, the rapist, the one who hurts people. He had a prior incident where he had pulled the gun on someone in a bar. He has a criminal history for that. So, and then he had an altercation with a police officer after that event. So he's got a history of pulling guns on people. He's got a history of beating women, raping women. This guy is a detestable piece of shit. These are the kinds of people that black looter mobs support. It's not hateful when you call them a detestable piece of shit because they are hateful. I support peaceful, loving people who are kind, caring, polite, respectful. I don't care if you're smart because honestly, I think that that's kind of, you know, you get a bunch of smart people in a room and you can end up with some really stupid shit. But if you bring in a couple of normal people there that aren't considered geniuses, you're going to have a much better product because you get more diversity of thought. People ask questions. When you ask dumb questions, you're valuable. People who ask dumb questions are valuable because smart people say, huh, you don't know that, huh? How could you even ask that? Everybody knows that, right? This is why they say diverse teams are superior to non-diverse teams. But the leftists take this too far. They think that means that all white teams are inferior to teams with black people on them and Latinos and women. But the reality is that diversity is about location, whether or not you have everybody from the same state, whether or not they all think the same, if it's a heterodoxy, which means everyone has the same orthodoxy, if it is a echo chamber and they're group thinking and they all know the same types of things and they're going to look down upon you if you don't know the same things as the other people in the heterodoxy groupthink echo chamber. That's really, really bad for productivity and innovation. But they think that it's your skin color because they can only see skin deep. They don't judge you by the content of your character. They judge you by the color of your skin and your gender. They want to remove the white males because they think that their teams with the white males are inferior, so you have to replace them with African Americans, women, Wajins, and Kleenex, i.e. Latinx, because the white feminists said that it's sexist for Spanish to use la and los, so everything is X now. Spanish has been canceled because you're sexist. Give me a fucking break, dude. Seriously? Canceling law and los because it's sexist? That's fucked up. That is whack as fuck, dude. The only person that would need Kleenex would need it to try the rivers of lip tears coming from their snowflake eyes. And that is just pathetic. I can sit up here and make fun of you for hours and hours and hours at a time with how pathetic you are. So maybe if I can just straight up burn you that bad, and the opposition, 88% of the guns in this country are controlled by Republicans. Or hold on, by white people. Most of those are in the hands of Republicans. So the other side is vastly outgunned, vastly outmanned, and we don't need Kleenex to dry rivers full of lip tears from our snowflake eyes because we're not fucking snowflakes. We're not fucking pussies. All right, but to these lefties, they're like, oh, that's so hateful. How could you ever do that? And it's because they're beta males, dude. The women don't even like. Women think when I talk like this, they think it's sexy. I know they do, because women respond like that. Because women throughout history have been conquered by brutal, savage thugs, like the Mongols and the Vikings, the Aztecs. And so when people come in and they brutalize and savage people, they like come rape your women, then the women have to deal with these people. And so women actually are really good at dealing with people who are aggressive, and they actually look for guys who are aggressive. And so people think They're like, oh, Kale's being a hater. No. I know what women want, dude. They want me to not be a pussy. They want me to have a backbone. They want me to lift weights, be in good shape. They want me to stick up for her when all of these other beta male cuck motherfuckers are sucking the shit out of other people's assholes because they need other people's approval in order to feel good about themselves because they're brainwashed Democrats. They're beta male feminists. Women don't like them. They like men like me. I'm smart. I wear a suit. I'm in good shape. I talk hella shit to the people they don't like. They love me. That's what they don't understand, and that's why you should also, too, act like me. Don't be a pussy. No, you should bring out all the metaphorical guns and fire all of the metaphorical missiles, or as I like to call them, the Judah missiles, metaphorical Judah missiles. This is what I feel like I'm like firing off. Every single time I do this show, dude, I feel like I'm like firing off like rockets. I'm like... Sorry, I'm getting a little bit rambunctious here. But yeah, women will like you a lot more if you're not a beta male pussy cuck motherfucker, and if you have a spine, and if you work out, and if you stick up for her, because that's what she's looking for. She's looking for the best quality seed. So she's looking for a smart person who is can speak his mind, because if he can't, she will control him. And if she can control him, she will leave him for someone who she can't control. In this next fake news article from National Retarded Radio, ignoring FBI and fellow Republicans, Trump continues assault on mail-in voting. The president has backed off his attacks on the Postal Service, but continues to question the integrity of the mail ballot without providing any evidence. This is why it's called National Retarded Radio. Or, hold on. Hold on. Wait, I just kind of made that up. I think I mixed that up. We gotta make it fake. Okay, National Public Retardation? Or Not True Public Radio? Yeah. Not True Public Radio. The Not True Public Radio, all right. Says, in the face of... I don't want to give these little shit suckers any sort of oxygen here. Let's just debunk this claim because it's absolutely mentally retarded. Okay. So they said Trump backed off his attacks on the Postal Service. Why are they saying this? It's because the fake news industrial complex, like Fake News Week, they put out articles like this. It said, we covered this the last time on the show. It says Florida USPS mail sorting machines dismantled ahead of record election for mail-in ballots. Record. So let me get this straight. So you need to switch the election system in all of the states all at once, in all the swing states, right before the election, because you need mail-in voting because of the pandemic, right? When did the pandemic start? And the pandemic's going to be going during the election season? No. The pandemic is almost over. It's pretty much over. We're in the sustained, prolonged, it's just like the flu stage. It was a pandemic, and then it went, and then we got herd immunity to it, and then it can't fly around like it was because people are getting immunity to it. They had it once. Once you have it once, next time you get it, chances of dying from it get significantly less. About 50% of the people who died are older people past the average age of death. If you don't believe me, because this is a live stream, there's a lot of new viewers. Our viewership is actually going up dramatically. So I do actually have to repeat facts for the new viewers on the stream. I do so humbly apologize if you've seen these numbers enough times. But most people have not, so we have to work with those people. Here are the numbers from the CDC of the numbers of people who died. Here we can see the percents over here. Here's the actual number of deaths. This was out of 103,339, and that is a very large sample size. That means the numbers are going to be very accurate, and the death percentages will go down over time. It won't be this. This is the highest they'll ever be in recorded history. So you can see 85 and over. Average age of death is 72. So we can see 33% of them were 33.3 were over the age of 85. Over 75. Let's see. That's 4, 5, 6. So 60% were over the age of 70. 60%. Just makes you just want to strangle the fucking Democrats, dude. They just fucked up our entire fucking economy. Got black looter mobs murdering, looting, rioting, terrorizing all around the fucking country because of the pandemic lockdowns. And then as it turns out, the vast majority of people that died are over the average age of death. They didn't have very many years to lose. They might have died next month, the week after that. A third of them had pre-existing conditions such as cancer, which kills 600,000 people per year, or diabetes that kills 85,000 people per year. So when you average these numbers out between 2 years, you'll see that you won't have any extra deaths because the people would have died anyways. Because then we had lower deaths. Actually, we're going to have a surge of deaths from the murders and from the suicides. Those were not pre-existing conditions. So we could see under the age of 26 or under the age of 15, there was 26 people who died. So we could see, obviously, the children are not at high risk from COVID. I am 38 years old. So my risk of dying from COVID is here. We can do it real quick. I can show you what my percent chance of dying from COVID is. Right now, there was, in my age group, there was about, let's do it. Let's add them up. Got 8 plus 5 plus 13 plus 125. This is why I'm good at this show, is because I know how to do statistics because I'm an engineer. There we go. So if you're under the age of 44, there's been about 2,630 deaths. Got to remember, a third of these people had pre-existing conditions. There are a total of 330 million people in the United States. So we can take about 330 million. Hold on. Your percent chance of dying from COVID is 0.00079. That's like winning the lottery. Let's see. There are about 60 people who get struck by lightning. So your chance is about 43 times greater than getting struck by lightning. Congratulations, Democrats. There's 163,000 people that die from accidents every year. So that just goes to show you the scale of how many deaths are in the United States. There's about 4 million people born per year. When you do the math, the total number of deaths from COVID this year will be about 5% of the total number of people who are born. So we locked down our economy to try to save some old farts who are going to die, some fat people, and some people with diabetes, and who are probably also going to die soon too. And from that, we prevented the young people from having families, from having a good life. The Democrats stole everything from you. They took your children's education. They burned your business down. They canceled you. They made you bankrupt. They made your house go into foreclosure. Your business is gone. Your friends hate you. Your lefty friends hate you. You're so stressed out from all this fighting. You have PTSD. If you're a black person, you probably have PTSD. You probably don't want to leave your house. You probably think these white people hate me. We don't hate you, bro. Come over and hang out with me, homie. No, come hang out with me. The left canceled me. I'm looking for black conservatives to hang out with. Some people who are down with walk away. Like, that'd be great. You don't have to have PTSD at your house alone, by yourself. In fact, I actually invented a technology that can help cure PTSD. It's called IMU language with my A startup productivity system. It uses a journaling technique along with history-driven development to create artificial memory augmentation. And then this through a process of what is called routine generation. I can help you get back on your feet. I've had success. I've had success with it. It's a miraculous technology. It's actually got me into really good shape too. It's a wonderful system. Makes you very productive. There's no questioning that I am extremely productive, and I'd love to teach people. So if you are interested in knowing the secrets, I can show you the secrets. So what else do you say? The FBI. So sure. This is how stupid. This is how ridiculously stupid these people at NPR are. So they just parrot whatever some other journalists say. They'll go look it up and they'll be like, oh, well, this source is trustworthy. The New York Times is trustworthy. Washington Post is trustworthy. Newsweek, that's trustworthy, right? Daily Fake Mail, Guardian, yeah, these people are all just trustworthy, right? Yeah. Yeah. No, man, you're fucking stupid, dude. No. Look, the FBI said we don't have any evidence that Russia and China are trying to sabotage the mail-in votes. That's what they said. But obviously, these people live on a different planet. The Democrats have been talking about Russiagate nonstop since Donald Trump was elected. So obviously, they're certifiably insane because they think, well, obviously, China and Russia are trying to influence the 2024 election. That's when I'm running for president on my campaign of build the moat and bang the interns. Because I'm so tired of cancel culture. I believe that if you can bang all of the interns, that you are alpha as fuck. And we need alpha males in the White House, not beta male cucks who get in trouble. Like Bill Clinton got impeached for banging one moderately attractive intern. Fuck that shit. No, I'm running for president in 2024. We're going to build the moat all along the southern border. We're going to fill it. We're going to drain the swamp. We're going to fill this moat up with alligators, snakes, eels, piranhas, sharks with laser beams on top of their heads. And we're going to have lions, tigers, bears, hippos, wolves, dogs, like pit bulls, wild pit bulls. And then we're going to have a petting zoo, and people on both sides of the border will be able to come and meet with each other. And it'll be a way for the United States and Mexico to come together because it's absolutely hilarious. And then I am going to bang all of the interns. I'm going to bang them all. Every last one of them. And I'm going to bang hookers too. So when you vote for Kyle McCullough in 2024, we will eliminate cancel culture by me banging the interns and banging the hookers. Because after that, then we'll definitely obviously see that Bill Clinton obviously wasn't very attractive. And obviously I'm a way better president because if all of the interns will let me bang them and America does not impeach me for it, that means I'm fucking awesome. So vote for McCullough in 2024. Back to the article here. So let's see. What else we got to debunk? So they said that Trump tried to dismantle these mail sorting machines. This is not true. In fact, what happened was that they had a slowdown in the mail. They had faster mail sorting machines. They had some older mail sorting machines that were going to get decommissioned at some point anyways. So what they did was they shifted them around the country to spots where they could use them, and then they made more room in the place to sort packages because they're getting more packages. People are just sending less mail. They're doing more electronic filing, and they're doing more packages. And so that means that we don't need them. And he did it before the election. He did it way before. He was helping us out. Definitely helping us out. It's like getting rid of some overhead, making it so we can get our packages faster. And they were going to prioritize the mail-in ballots. But I think the Supreme Court's going to shut them down. You can't change all the election rules right before the election. That's illegal. And you need to provide protections in place for voter intimidation when people are filling out their ballots at their house. You need to be able to provide a place for people to engage in effective free speech and petitioning of the government on public property. Because if you remove all of the polling places, you have violated, you've abridged my free speech. You've reduced the times, places, and manners where I can petition the government and engage in effective free speech on public property at the polling stations. That is illegal in every way, shape, or form. When you vote at your house, people can intimidate you. People live with their partners. Their partners will control everything they do. Their partners will force them to, they'll fill out their ballot and force their partner to fill it out. If their partner has memory issues, they will fill out their ballot and say, hey, you forgot to sign your ballot. And then they'll have them fill out the ballot. They won't even know. They won't remember any of it. You can also throw people's ballots away at the last minute. And then this will prevent them from getting a new ballot, and they just won't be able to vote. So there's obviously a lot of really, really, really bad problems with mail-in voting, but this hasn't even gotten to the evidence stage yet. Are y'all ready for the evidence? What? Look at this. Look at this. This just came out today. It's from KCRG. It's an ABC channel, and where are they at? It's entitled, Pre-Filled Out Absentee Ballot Request Forms Ruled Invalid by Lynn County. A judge ruled Thursday that Lynn County must invalidate 50,000 requests for absentee ballots. The Lynn County Auditor Office sent around 140,000 absentee ballots request forms out in July that were pre-wrapped with voters' personal information. Thursday's court ruling agrees with President Trump's campaign that pre-filled information in ballot request forms is overstepping on the part of the county's election commissioner. 50,000 request forms had already been sent in by voters. Voters will now need to fill out the new blank request form, cast an absentee ballot in person. Lynn County Election Service offices up to 40 days before the election, or vote in person on November 3rd, Election Day, where you can go to the polling place and convince other people to vote the same way you want to vote, as opposed to voting alone in your house, where you just get your information off of social media, where it's flooded with fake news, where you can't get any help from anybody else. So you're probably just going to vote for Mickey Mouse everywhere you can and then just fill out random bubbles. Might not just fill it out. You just won't get informed on it. This is the biggest problem. Hold on. There's so many big problems with mail-in voting. But the fact that these black looter mobs are out rioting in person just shows you that democracy's wretchedly, pathetically ineffective at your house, dude. You need to engage in democracy around people. That's how democracy works, dude. What democracy is not is when you rig the elections with mail-in voting, and then you have the social media companies in control by deplorable leftist shit suckers in Silicon Valley in control of Facebook, Twitter, Quora, all these companies. They're detestable shit suckers. YouTube, all of them. These people in Silicon Valley are radicalists. I'm a computer programmer. I love programming computers. I am a computer engineer. I love making circuit boards. I love making. I have my own internet protocol. I have my own my game engine. I got my own web server. I got I built all my technology from scratch, dude. So I do not like saying that these people in Silicon Valley are detestable scum shit suckers. I don't like that. I don't want to say that. I don't want to. It's true. It's true. They've been radicalized. 86% of people in Silicon Valley vote for Democrats. They're dogmatic. They believe in the doctrine of diversity that states that all white teams are inferior to teams with African Americans, women, Washins, and Kleenex, i.e. the Latinx, because Law and Los have been canceled by the white feminists because it's sexist. No, you can only say X. And they're in control of you, the facts that you know. Facebook will fact check. I have been censored by Facebook so many times. They mark my fact checking as spam. They do. They do. I've proved this on the show. We can even go see what Facebook has done. Here, I can even show you real quick, just so that you know that I'm not a liar. We can actually go through and look at. Where's the inbox? Help center. Privacy. Where's the inbox? Did they remove it? They removed it. There's supposed to be an inbox here. Sorry. Bunch of fucking people trolling me over there. Secure account chat messages. They removed it. What is this? Okay. I'm having troubles finding censorship. Right. Right. Here's what they said was, yeah, man. Here, well, I'll find it here. Just give me a moment. Let me find the antitrust. Shoot. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Sorry. They don't do very well at 150% on the monitors. If you are a website developer, please, please, please change your monitor to 150% next time you do a website. So here's what they've been doing. Here's what the shit suckers have been doing to me. So let's say, for instance, here it says on this one, I have been studying World War II and communist history for the answers. Historically, intraracial violence has been a far greater problem than interracial violence. Look at the number of people the black people kill compared to the number of people white people kill. They're about equal, but there's about 6 times as many white people as there are black people. And so when you scale this up, that's a 6-to-1 kill ratio. Black people kill twice as many white people as white people kill black people. So that's a 12-to-1 ratio. I'm going to paraphrase it. So they didn't like this. They didn't like that it's critical of black looter mob, but it's not hate speech. So they marked it as spam. And so this happens a lot with Facebook. Mark Zuckerberg committed perjury to Congress. He lied to them. He said they only mark this stuff as hate speech. No, that's not true. Look at this one. It says, look at the murder rates. They're sky high. Black people kill twice as many white people. That's the same kind of thing. Let's look for another one. Some of them, they won't even show you what I did. Usually that means it's antitrust related. This one says, sadly, this is another example of MSM fake news clickbait. really is sad that some people, that some of this innocent turns out to be such egregious fake news. But this is common, according to this April CDC report of 5,443 deaths. Only 3 were children. The death rate of COVID is about 3 in 10,000, which is about flu levels. This makes the risk of children dying about 3 in 10,000. Children are typically asymptomatic, not considered a risk of spreading COVID. The MSM mainstream media is trashy, and so this was spam. And so you can see, if you are engaging in democracy at your house, you are going to get fake news. And if people like me try to fact correct your fake news, it's going to be marked as spam. So the only way that I am going to be able to fact check this stuff is to be able to do it in person, where you can hear me. And I've never had anyone disagree with me. Anytime I've ever stated any of these facts to anyone, I've never had a single soul disagree with me. And I've stated these facts to a lot of people. On the internet, they'll argue with me all day because they're in their little bubble. They're stupid and they can't fucking read. So they don't actually read the facts. They don't actually look anything up. So they argue with you. They sit there and they'll argue with you for hours. Like a fucking idiot, dude, over something simple, when they can go look it up in like 5 or 10 minutes. If they weren't so fucking brain dead, moronic, stupid, we wouldn't have any of these problems. But sadly, no one else can see. I don't know what the fuck that means. It's antitrust. Because I talk about antitrust a lot. And they're like, nope. Your comment is so dangerous. We can't have that. Like, can't have that. They said this was hate speech. They were saying how good Europe liberal laws are. Like, no, I would say the opposite. Europeans are retarded, ignorant jerks I said that because they banned hate speech, and it turns them into cancel culture jerks. If they think that you're a hater, they will ban you. They will ostracize you. And I think that turns them into retarded, ignorant jerks. They are all brainwashed socialist drones. Not all of them are brainwashed socialist drones. The vast majority of them are brainwashed socialist drones. So that was an error. Fuck Europe. It's a shithole. I would agree. Europe is a shithole of liberalism. I cannot stand European liberals. I think they're detestable scum. I think they suck. They're absolutely... I can't stand people who ban hate speech. I can't stand that. Because you're a pussy. You don't have a spine. You can't take competing ideas because you're beta as fuck. You can't. You're weak as fuck. That's the only way that you can win, is by making sure that the alpha males can't speak. That's because you're a fucking pussy and you do not respect free speech. And Americans are vastly superior to your weak ass, pathetic free speech banning, hate monger bullshit where you cancel people. So I'm going to say big fuck you, to the European liberal shitmongers that suck the shit out of authoritarian dictators like Zinni the Pooh's ass. They ban hate speech, and then they bring their European anti-hate speech laws here to the U.S., and then they ban your hate speech here in the U.S. where that's not illegal. And then they want to control the elections. Because if you knew this stuff, if you knew that they were doing this, nobody can see your comment. Right. See, they can't actually show you what I typed because it's antitrust, and because they know I have videos about I've already put this on videos. You can see in prior videos. Search for Real Simple News space Facebook, and you'll see the videos. You'll see what the comments. They've deleted most of the comments. Actually, they've deleted most of the evidence, and so they perjured themselves to Congress. They are lying. They do not just mark things as hate speech. No, they mark them as spam. If it goes against the liberal dogma, if it goes against the doctrine of diversity, if it goes against mail-in voting or pandemic lockdowns or mask mandates, they will shut you down. And we're having an election pretty soon, and they want you to mail-in vote. And so they want to be in control of who comes up the social media hierarchy. They want to ban you, take away they want to give you the mic. They want to take it away whenever it suits their financial or political motivations. They don't want Twitter, Jack Dorsey, that little detestable scum-sucking piece of shit. This is what here's what this little motherfucker did to me the other day. A shadow banned RSS commentary. We covered this last time on the show, but I'm already talking about censorship. So this was about QAnon. there was a Democrat and a Republican congressman who were put in a quote-unquote bipartisan resolution because they think that if you take a Democrat and somebody from a purple state, the Colorado congressman, that somehow that's bipartisan. Right. So if you take a Democrat and then you take a fake Republican from a purple state, then that's bipartisan. No, you're fucking stupid. No, that's stupid. That's fake. That's false. Everything about it is false. So these people are trying to shut down QAnon, and that's because QAnon is opposed to pedophilia and corruption. Facebook is all about corruption, and I believe that Mark Zuckerberg is a pedophile. I believe that Jack Dorsey is a pedophile because they're actively trying to suppress QAnon. And because of that, I believe that they're pedophiles and that they are engaging in sex trafficking of young kids, and that they're trying to protect themselves. They're trying to make sure that nobody can know that they're raping little kids. So they got to shut you down. So I tweeted at these guys, "You're a lying piece of shit, Rep. Wickleman. You're batshit crazy to think that QAnon has anything to do with anti-Semitism," which is pervasive on the left. They hate the Israelis. Democrats hate Israel because of Palestine. They are anti-Semitic. QAnon fights pedos. You must be a pedophile. And I typed, I believe that QAnon, Rep. Riggleman is a pedophile who's fighting tooth and nail to prevent people from knowing that he rapes little kids. And then Twitter banned me, suspended me for 12 hours. They said I was not fostering an environment that made free speech, or that people were free to speak. So they had to take away my ability to speak. And then this is what the scum-sucking shitbag Jack Dorsey, here's what this motherfucker says. He says in this tweet, "We've made a decision to stop all political advertising on Twitter. We believe political message reach should be earned, not bought. Why? A few reasons, ... A political message earns reach when people decide to follow an account or retweet. Paying for reach moves that decision, forcibly highly optimize and targeted political messages on people. We believe this decision should not be compromised by money. He wants you to have organic reach. He wants to give you the mic, and he wants to take it away. They don't serve politicians. They only serve corporations. What's the problem with this? I'm running for president in 2024 on the Build the Moat and Bang the Interns and the Hookers campaign, which is, it's not a joke because it's a cancel culture issue. Because Bill Clinton was impeached for banging a not very attractive woman. She was okay, but I probably wouldn't tap that. Me personally, all the chicks are going to be way hot. Way hot. They're going to be strippers and hookers, and I'm going to build a moat, bang the hookers, and bang the interns. Right? So you might think this is just totally silly, but I am a politician. I am running for president. So I am a journalist. And so when I was engaging this, I was actually engaging in fact checking. I was engaging in political speech. And so if they didn't like my message, they can feel free to not share. But it's organic. It's natural. It's free speech. But they suppressed me and they shadow banned me. And they gave me a search suggest ban, a search ban, and replied. Well, I've been reply deboosted for a long time. There's a no ghost ban, so it wasn't the worst as you can get. Ghost ban is where they black out your messages. But it just goes to show you, if we were to rely on Twitter and Facebook to engage in democracy, what we would get is we would get some scum-sucking ivory tower liberal piece of shit who is sitting up top the ivory tower advocating for policies that don't affect them, that they're just trying to tell you that to get you to like them because they're attention whores. They just want you to like the post, watch the ad, buy the product, and vote for them. And they don't hire African Americans. They say they're looking for diverse people, but the African Americans' grades are too low, so they only want the Asians, the Latinos, and the women. That's because the Latinos have more money and they don't talk back as much. But they don't want to hire the black kids. This is the doctrine of diversity. This is when they say they're hiring minorities, they're not hiring you, buddy. No. They're not. I used to work as a minority outreach advisor for Portland State University. My job was to hire minorities to get rid of the white people. My boss was a Latina. She told me, we're not looking for the black people. We're just looking for the Latinos, Asians, and women, because the black people's grades were too low. So when you support diversity or the doctrine of diversity with scum-sucking ivory tower liberals, they're going to lie to you. They're just trying to gain and maintain control. That's their only objective in life. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't care about you. In fact, they don't like you. But they'll tell you to your face they do. And then when they go home, the only time you cross their mind is when they think about how much they don't like you. And this is the organic reach they want. They want you to give up your right to vote at polling places, and they want you to instead vote from your home with the information that they feed you when they're brainwashing you with these AI algorithms to maximize the amount of time that you spend watching ads. And that's why they're detestable, scum-sucking pieces of shit. That's why ivory tower liberals need to be taken out of power. The Republicans need to take control of the ivory tower, and we need to drain the swamp and build the moat. In this next article from Daily Mail, Britain First activists filmed themselves storming hotel with migrants inside. Members of Britain's First gained entry to Daresbury Park Hotel, pictured in Warrington, Cheshire, and knocked down bedroom doors. So earlier in the show, we covered how these lunatic European liberals are paying economic migrants to move to Europe. They think that if they just give these economic migrants a welfare check and food stamps and government free housing, that all of the other mass migrants won't also to mass migrate there to get the handout. So luckily there are sane, rational people in the world who they recognize how stupid of an idea that is. So these people are storming. They are putting up the migrants in fancy hotels. It says far-right Britain First activists, because far-right has always meant Nazi. It's always meant fascist and Nazi. It has never, ever, ever meant anti-immigrant until after the Chinese Nazi Party took over Wikipedia. If you're unaware, because you're new to the live stream, I uncovered a cyber weapon on Wikipedia with an AI algorithm, and the Chinese Nazi Party is they have gamed Wikipedia through the admins, and they have been pushing anti-racist cultural Marxism to wipe the white people off of the face of North America. That's their goal. That's what they've been doing with their cultural Marxism, subsidizing bad films that replace white males in badass movies with Wham-Man, African Americans, Asians, or Kleenex, i.e. the Latinx, and they use that to destroy our culture because they think they want the white man gone, so they want to replace us with Spanish speakers, because once you've changed the language, you've changed the culture, and this is cultural Marxism coming to a theater near you, subsidized by Xi Jinping and the Democrats, the Chinese Nazi Party. So they want me to support that. I'm just kind of confused as to why anybody would support migrants taking over your country. That's insane. Does anybody out there want would you want to give up your house to somebody, a mass migrant from South America or from Africa or China? Anybody want to give up their business? Anybody want to just give them the money out of their pocket to the Mexicans? 56% of illegal immigrants in the U.S. are from Mexico. Is anybody volunteering? Anybody want to? Okay, so does anybody want to volunteer to only have one child and slave all day for Mark Zuckerberg or Jeff Bezos, so that you still end up living a lower middle class life, and then you only get one child, You have to work all day long. And then the illegal immigrants from Mexico get 3 or 4 child. And then they get government handouts. Does anybody support that? Does anybody support the illegal immigrants' families growing very large and then your family just disappearing? Anybody just want to kill themselves to make room for illegal immigrants from Mexico or from in Europe, illegal mass migrants from Islamic countries who bring Sharia law to your country? Does anybody want to exchange your freedom culture with Sharia law? Does anybody want to stop speaking your native language so that you could speak a language of people who wish to rise up to the top and control you? No, because only an idiot, only somebody who's part of a suicide cult would actually do that. Liberals are in a suicide cult, a genetic suicide cult. They don't want to accept that there are existential problems with feminism, that it can cause you to become a only child, and that this will cause your genetic line to die off. It will cause your culture to die off. That's your genes. That's your children. You no longer get to have children now because migrants are the only ones who are allowed to have large families, and the government's supposed to subsidize it, right? That's a suicide cult. That is batshit crazy insane. So let's watch the people doing what a smart person.
So we've managed to enter legally another one of these migrant hotels.
This is where they're not just putting them up in the worst hotels. They're putting them up in the fancy hotels.
Already,
because they don't want to appear racist, because they've banned hate speech. You can't criticize these people. You're not allowed to criticize these people. So if you do, they're going to make it so you can't run for office. This is the problem with banning hate speech, is it ends up getting targeted towards you. They come after you. It might start out where you're like, oh no. We just don't want Nazis, right? So we're just going to ban hate speech. And then what it ends up being is you end up with a feminist suicide cult that they can't admit that they're a cuck, that they're beta as fuck, and that they are not going to be able to maintain their genetic line. No, if you bring that up, you are far right, because they are far left. And anybody who is in the conservative power structure, who is trying to help our country and preserve our way of life, that is now far right. Because Nazis and communists, they didn't target the far right. Nazis and communists work together. People don't know that. People think, oh, Nazis were diametrically the opposite of communists. No. They didn't like fascism because it wasn't a socialist enough for them. But then Hitler came out with National Socialism, and they're like, hey, this is a competing idea to communism. Then they jumped on board. And so the fascist and the Nazis and the Antifa, they killed the conservative power structure. They mass murdered millions of people. Slaughtered. Conservative, just like people like me. Just mass slaughter, genocide. People think that it's the far left that fought the far right. That's a lie. These people don't know anything about history. No, Stalin fought on the same side as Hitler until Hitler started running out of gas and food, and then he invaded the Balkan oil fields for the gas and the food down there. And then Stalin joined the Axis. And then he took over half of Europe, and then he occupied one of the largest land masses ever to be occupied by a government in the history of the world. I think it was the largest. It's insane. Like they won by Adolf Hitler attacking Joseph Stalin. The socialists won World War II. I know that's a mind fuck. That's a complete mind fuck, and it totally was a mind fuck for me. But it's true. By Hitler, this was what I discovered when I discovered the cyber weapon on Wikipedia with the AI algorithm. I found out that there was a shortest possible graph to socialist overthrow of the world, and it was by Hitler committing suicide and turning against Joseph Stalin. And lo and behold, it's actually 100% true, not 99% true. It's 100% true. But people they weren't alive. They don't know. They think Nazis were not feminist. That's not true. No, fascism came out of the women's suffrage movement. Let's watch this video. Again.
So we've managed to
knocking on the doors.
Enter legally another one of these migrant hotels, and we've already found several migrants. And once again, we're just knocking on the doors.
They're like, no, you can't say anything. You can't do anything. No, because if you did that, then other people would know that other people don't support that. So they have to shut you down because they can't win unless they shut down your free speech, shut down your ability to politically organize. That's how authoritarian dictators take over your country, dude. If you want to know about how it... Look at the Fascist Manifesto. And never take my word for it. Always look it up yourself. Well, take my word for it. If you're not going to look it up for yourself, because I did. Politically, the manifesto calls for universal suffrage with lowered voting age to 18 years, voting and electoral office eligibility for 25 and up, proportional representation on regional basis, voting for women, and they wanted a minimum wage and an 8-hour workday. Doesn't sound bad at all, right? And then what? Shows the same confidence in labor unions as was given in the industry. So they're like reduction of the retirement age from 65 to 55. Right, because you usually don't start out in the state of the genocidal maniac. No, you start out in the state of the good person trying to do good things for the world, and then everyone else is a tyrant but me, and then you're a genocidal maniac. There's a logical progression into this, but our simplistic whitewashed version of history only shows you starting from the end state. So as you can see, fascists were first wave feminists. Feminism. Let's look up feminism. History of feminism. And then you will see the first wave of feminism in the 19th and early 20th century focused on overturning legal inequalities, particularly addressing issues of women's suffrage. Yep, I just proved it to you. Nazis were first wave feminists. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. They obviously were first wave feminists because women worked in factories in Germany. That was definitely radical at the time. That was brand new. That was not something women never did that before. That was first wave feminism. So yes, Nazis were feminists. Democrats, they're white feminists. So are European liberals, white feminists. Racist version of feminism where they put white women issues at the top above everyone else. And I need to get through this stuff. How far are we at? Damn. Is there anything on... Just got to look through. I have to make sure I cover the... here we go. Yep, got to cover this guy. I got to make sure anybody that was on the thumbnail, I get the story. We've got Trevor Noah, Amy Johnson. I'm going to skip the other one. I wanted to shame this pedo chick. Now let's shame this pedo chick right now because this is nasty. This next article from Daily Mail. Pedophile who is jailed for plot to rape young babies avoids a second prison term. Twisted pedophile Nicola Williams, also known as Nikita Moore, was staying in Middlesbrough for 3 weeks before she told police she had left her Southerndale home fearing for her safety. So this chick had a plot to drug and rape little babies. Wow. Wow. I'm sorry. Okay, so like some people. Okay, so feminists flip a wig on rapists. Feminists are extremely violent when it comes to rape, and the reason for that, it's the same reason for the loudest homophobe. The loudest homophobe is typically the most flaming homo there. So when somebody is incredibly violent about rapist, it means that chances are they're probably a rapist. They're trying to fit into the crowd. Why are they violent? Because they're violent. That's why they're rapists, because they're violent, dude. Duh. Why do you think people rape people, dude? Do you really think they're rapists because they're nonviolent? No. No, they're rapists because they're violent. Typically, rapists aren't bad people. They just got pissed off, they were violent, and then they committed an act of violence. And, of course, there's no justification in any way, shape, or form. But this would, woo, damn. So, like, these people, like, if somebody commits statutory rape, these people they want to kill a statutory rapist. I think that's kind of messed up, dude. That's kind of fucked up. I mean, death sentence for banging a teenager? That's kind of fucked up. This woman, though, this is fucked up, dude. What this woman did, what she did, she was once in contact with young children after she moved from Middlesbrough. She failed to tell police she was in breach of her sexual harm prevention order. The 28-year-old received a 6-month prison sentence that was suspended. She plotted to drug and rape babies and young children. Whew. See, if somebody's talking about wanting to kill somebody that's trying to drug and rape little babies, I'm going to turn a blind eye to that. As for Epstein, I think Epstein, if you look at Epstein, dude, he was an alpha male. He was like, this is some pedophile chick. Epstein had a mob, like a model agency full of like some of the world's hottest women. And then he would fuck most of the models because he was an alpha male. He was like a computer programmer, physicist that turned into a hedge fund billionaire. And everybody thought he was fucking awesome. And then he banged some chicks that were too young. And then who knows? He never got a fair trial. I don't know what happened, but it does look like a lot of it's fake news. It does look like that most of the women were above age. They were giving massages, and then they would engage in what appeared to be hand jobs. Most of it was hand jobs, and then they would show skin, and they went through a lot of women like that. And then the other women would get some of the younger women into it. And so it was the women that were doing it, which doesn't, depending on what area code you're in, doesn't make it any better. But I think personally Epstein's fake news, but this, whew. Wow. Raping and drugging little baby. You gotta be a sick, twisted fuck to do that. That is some fucking sick shit, dude. In this next article from New York Post, George Floyd's brother breaks down at Washington, D.C. riots. Quote, "I'm so overwhelmed now with everybody here in sight now," end quote. Phineas Floyd told the crowd, quote, "I wish George was here right now, so that he can get some heroin and meth from him. That's who I'm marching for." And the reason why? This guy's a detestable scumsucker, dude. This guy. The whole Floyd family is fucking whack as fuck, dude. Fuck that family, dude. Fuck those people. George Floyd was a heroin and meth dealing, home invading, skis-ball piece of shit. This guy made $14 million on a GoFundMe scam. He can't tell you, no, my brother is a piece of shit heroin addict. I just scammed you out of $14 million. I knew he was a piece of, he knew, this little piece of shit scum sucker right here he knew George Floyd OD'd because he had gone and seen all the toxicology reports. He talked to the people. They didn't like the toxicology report, so they went and they hired a 85-year-old quack doc. If you're unfamiliar, let's look up Floyd on Wikipedia. It'll pop up. Michael Baden, this guy. So here's the second one who says, born in 1934, an American physician. And so he had some good qualifications in his background, but this guy's 85 years old. This guy's senile, way more senile than Mr. Magoo, a.k.a. Joe Magoo Biden. So this guy is the host of an HBO show called Autopsy. He does conspiracy theories. He works in, he's a Hollywood person. So he did worked on the O.J. Simpson case. Phil Spector, don't know who that was. Michael Brown, he conducted a 4-hour independent autopsy. And then Michael Brown was the one that was fatally shot in Ferguson by Darren Wilson. Wasn't that one all fake news? That one was fake news. Brown was accompanied by his 24 during altercation ensued when Brown attacked Wilson in his police vehicle and went for the control of Wilson's gun until it was fired. And so the narrative that you heard about Mike Brown was that he was like innocent. Didn't he have like I can't remember exactly what happened in the Mike Brown thing, but they made it seem like it was white cop killed unarmed black man. Wasn't true. He did the Epstein autopsy. So he said that Epstein had been murdered, which is fake news. I don't believe Epstein was murdered. I don't. I believe there's a strong possibility there might be people who engage in sex trafficking who work for the federal government who are engaged in some really, really sketchy shit. Probably it might even be spying for hostile foreign agents. It's highly statistically likely that that's happening. Just the raw statistics of how many sex traffickers there are and what you would need to conceal a sex trafficking network. You would need government connections. And once you start blackmailing people, like Epstein liked to film people having sex with minors and allegedly, or it happened once or twice. And then people said it happened all the time. I think it was that. I think it only happened a couple of times, but then they said it was like pervasive. That's from my evidence, what I've seen. So then he did the Floyd autopsy, and they didn't like the first autopsy because it said he died of a heart attack and he had a bunch of he had a lethal dose of methamphetamine in his system. So they hired the 85-year-old TV doctor, Michael Baden, to give them the diagnosis they want. They sought. This is what you have to understand. When you're trying to get a lawyer and you want to get off on charges, what you do is you go find if you have money, you go and you find someone who has won by giving diagnoses that you want to hear. So, or hold on, they've gotten the results in court before. This is why they went to Michael Baden, is because he's already given these diagnoses. He's 85 years old. He's a quack doc. He just wants to get some stuff for his HBO film, for his show, that Autopsy on HBO. He was just there to get stuff. It's a Hollywood setup. So most of the lefties still think that Michael Baden's autopsy is legit, but they did a third one, and then 2 of 3 contradicted Michael Baden. They're not doing a fourth. The body's buried. It's done. We're left with the conclusion that the methed out black man had 14 lethal doses of fentanyl in his system. Can't say methed out white dude. or you can say methed out white dude. You can't say methed out black dude because then you'll offend a African American. They'll cry you rivers full of lip tears. And so that's why I like to say it, because they don't like it. It's true. He had a lethal dose of meth and a lethal dose of fentanyl in his system. Look at the Floyd toxicology report. You can see here in the Floyd toxicology report, methamphetamines. That's almost 2 lethal doses of meth, actually. And then that's almost 14 lethal doses of fentanyl. He was also very drunk, and he had COVID. So this guy, he got $14 million from scam donations. He lied. He lied. He knew his brother was a heroin dealer because it was his brother. And they just scammed the American public. They ripped the American people off for millions of dollars. And then they went and used the money to riot and loot and burn your city down, kill your friends and family, and friends of friends of friends. And so I it's just infuriating. They give this guy lip service because they want to report on anything. This, you have to understand what they're doing. What are they doing here in the RSS feeds with these stories? Why are they publishing tabloid shit in here? Like, this is, somebody said something. It says George Floyd's brother breakdown at Washington protest. They're trying to get you to subscribe to Newsweek. That's the entire point. That's why I do RSS news feeds. It's because it's fake news. This is a tabloid. This is not news. They are marketing it as news. But it's a tabloid. It's just something that he said. News would be George Floyd's brother speaks at Washington, D.C. protest. Tabloid would be George Floyd's brother breaks down in Washington, D.C. protest, because they want you to, or subscribe. They want you to think, I'm on your side. Newsweek is on the side of the black looter mob. So you should subscribe to Newsweek. And if you don't, then you're not going to be informed, and the far right is going to take over. Oh, man. Far right means Nazis and fascists, and you could possibly put the KKK in there. But yeah, I think the KKK would be considered far right. But I don't think that you would consider a racist person far right. Racist person is not far right. Far right means you have a steep social hierarchy. Racism means you don't like a particular race of people. What else? Ooh, yep. I got to read all these ones. There's too many good ones. This next article from New York Post. Kamala, the snitch, Harris promises national mask mandate if elected. The Democratic vice presidential nominee, who's famous for the snitch scandal in California, if you're unaware, it's why most of people in California hate her, because she's a really shitty politician and she engages in corruption. She slept her way up to the top, so she's a slut. She also likes to prosecute people for marijuana. She's a snitch by all stretches of the imagination. So Kamala Snitch Harris said on Friday the national mask mandate would be among the first orders of business. She and Joe Biden were elected to the White House in November, calling it the responsible thing to do. The pandemic is going to be over by then. This corrupt snitch-ass bitch, look, Kamala snitch-ass bitch Harris, she wants to make all of your family wear a mask when there's no pandemic. Fuck that bitch. Fuck Kamala the snitch Harris. Fuck her. Little fucking slut. Fuck that bitch. Sleeps her way up to the top. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. This is Russiagate. U.S. Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. Look who sits on it. Look, Kamala the Snitch Harris. This is the bitch putting out all this fake shit about Russiagate, trying to get Trump, to prevent Trump from being reelected. She's a little dude. What a fucking whack ass bitch. What a whack bitch. Straight up little slut. Slept her way up to the top. And she straight up puts out fucking Russiagate bullshit, dude. This bitch literally has been clogging up the airway. Got MSNBC putting out fake news all the time about Russiagate, because that's how they get their ratings. And who are they with? Ron Wyden? Fuck Ron Wyden, dude. We need to take Ron Wyden out. Dude, if you want to run for office and you're in Oregon, please take Ron Wyden out. Dianne Feinstein, whack-ass bitch. Whack-ass bitch. Martin Hendrick, whack as fuck. Angus King, whack as fuck. Michael Bennett, whack as fuck. All these people are whack as fuck, dude. Little fucking snitch-ass bitch. Making fake news as a motherfucker. If you haven't read that Russiagate report, it's fucking retarded. Really. You can read it. We'll just show you what this little snitch-ass bitch said. Here's what the snitch-ass bitch said. It's 943 here. So here's what Kamala the snitch ass bitch Harris said. Here's the additional views from Senators Heinrich, Feinstein, Wyden, Harris, and Bennett. Among 4 years after the 2016 U.S. presidential election, the committee has now published the bipartisan results of the investigation of the Russian government election interference and efforts to aid Donald Trump's candidacy. The committee work product is voluminous, fact-oriented, and essential reading for all. Nobody's going to read that shit. Whatever. You're a fucking liar. But the committee has not sought to draw an overarching conclusion about its investigation, opting instead to let the reader determine the significance of the events. Translate what the scumbag ivory power liberal said into English. What they said was, there's no evidence of Russian collusion. Donald Trump's innocent. Nobody's going to actually read this shit. So we know it didn't actually happen, but we're going to let you come up to the conclusion. That's how much of a little snitch-ass bitch Kamala Harris is. She's a fucking liar. She's corrupt. She's a slut. She's absolutely the antithesis of what the black looter mob's out there rioting for. Working with Joe Magoo Biden, the author of the 1994 crime bill that created the prison industrial complex, the one that caused the one that is perpetuating police brutality. Yeah, but the police brutality is more like vast majority of them, of the people killed by police, are armed and pose a substantial threat to the public. So it's law enforcement, and then occasionally there's something brutal that happens. But they don't look at it as a person is messed up. They say, no, all cops are bad because one person messed up. And so by that logic, then African Americans kill almost 10,000 people per year. So then all African Americans then should be responsible for the deaths that a small percentage of the people commit. Right. Right. Yeah, that would be a fucktard thing to think, right? But to them, it's perfectly fine to say that, oh, no, all cops are responsible for something that it's a small amount of bad apples. They're responsible for all of the accidents. Do you realize how many people die from gun accidents each year, man? Like, that's like a freakish number. I don't know. How many people die from gun accidents in the U.S. each year? There's about 12 gun deaths per 100,000 people. Every day, about 500 people die from gun violence. That's Statesman. Got a NewsGuard thing. I think their thing's bullshit, but hey, that one got a good one. We've got some numbers we can go with, even though... Here, let's disable the ad blocker. Support them. Support their journalism. That's... What? Woo! Damn! Black looter mob needs to shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, black looter mob. Look at the facts, dude. Every fucking fact that you can come out with says these people are fucking whack as fuck. Look, 500 people die per day. 500 people die per day. 182,500 people die from guns in the United States a year. I mean, dude, they're like, oh, but 1,000 people were killed by cops. Yeah, most of those people had guns or knives or some other weapon, and they posed a substantial threat to the general public. Like, oh, look at that. That's like 0.5% of the gun deaths are from cops, dude. Everything these people believe is a lie. It's a fucking lie. They're brainwashed as fuck. They are brainwashed Democrat drones. That's fucking irritating. This is fucking irritating, man. Really? 182,500 deaths from guns every single year, and you're going to complain about the 100 or the 1,000 from the cops when they're enforcing the law to try to protect the other people that die from the gun deaths? Makes you want to strangle a Democrat, huh? Don't do that. No violence, hatred. No, we are on the side of right. We do not use violence, hatred, and hostility. We just merely talk hella shit with a very sharp tongue. We are not pushovers. We are not pussies. We are not cucks. We kick ass. And because of that, we are going to not be the violent people who are using violence, hatred, and hostility. We're just going to talk hella shit about how stupid, retarded, brainwashed socialist drones they are. Cultural Marxist drones. So what else do we have to make fun of this crazy bitch for the mask mandate? Okay, so the mask mandate. How many people commit suicide per year? It's about 50,000 people. Looking for a number, I can quote you. There's about 132 suicides per day. Looking for the increase was temporary. It wasn't going to be, I'm trying to look for the number so I can show you how scary it is. Well, that's in Victoria. That's not in the U.S. Looking for NewsGuard, lockdown, suicide on the rate. Here's some national reviews, decent. Looking for some numbers. More than 35 states have recorded an increase in opioid mortalities. So that's another thing, another way they're dying. Looking for some stats, some numbers. Don't see any numbers. The number that I saw was it was a 356% increase in suicides when the pandemic lockdown hit. At those rates, that would kill more people than COVID. But, okay, 1 in 4 people in the United States is currently contemplating suicide. 1 in 10 is seriously contemplating suicide because of these pandemic lockdowns. When you wear a mask, people start going crazy. Their mental health is deteriorating. They are going to start committing suicide. They're going to not have a family, so their genetic line is going to die off. For the vast majority of people, we're not part of the COVID statistic here. You know, where vast majority of people are around here. These people, they were going to die anyways. Over here, the 75 and up crowd, they're going to die some point in time anyways. I'm not saying that we should expose them to COVID, but I am saying that they have enough money to sit in quarantine for just about the rest of their life. Here you can see a graph of the wealth by age in America from 1900 to 2016. You can see under 40, we don't have shit. And then you have the 40 and up crowd, and they have the vast majority of money in America. They're filthy, stinking rich. They don't need to work. The ones who are working probably don't give a fuck about COVID. Ones who aren't working probably sitting at their home, still quarantined. So the people who are dying over here in the thing, the old folks home, they're in an old folks home. So people aren't hanging out with them. And then you got the morbidly obese people. You're like, okay, all right. A third of these people who died, they're morbidly obese. I'm not hanging out with a bunch of morbidly obese people, dude. No. It's me and my son. And my son is under 15. So he has a almost zero chance of dying from COVID. I'm in this category. I'm in the 35 to 44. It's very low probability chance of dying from COVID. But next year, might have cancer, might have diabetes. So I might be in that third that might die. So I would prefer to have COVID. I would prefer to have all 5 of those non-deadly strands of COVID before I get the deadly strand of COVID or the even more deadly mutation of COVID. I don't want to wear a mask. More than about half of the people who get COVID got it, or they got it, then they spread it before they knew they had any symptoms. And they did it at their house. When they're talking to people with a mask off, I'm not going to sit around my mask or my house and wear a mask. I'm not a fucking brainwashed idiot. I know some people actually do that. They probably also like wearing gloves, like rubber, either doctors or cleaning gloves with their mask face shield and their industrial ventilation system. But there's nothing that you can do to stop that. COVID spreads around in air-conditioned areas a lot more. It doesn't like sunlight. And so people are getting it in their house. They're going over to other people's houses, and then they're spreading it at their house. And so wearing a mask in public isn't going to help you with that. So everything about this is stupid. Almost everything that Kamala the Snitch Harris and Joe Magoo Biden does is stupid. It's stupid. It seriously is some brain dead, moronic, retarded shit. What else is here? This is another fake news article from Fake News Week. Here we got California burns, Gulf Coast soaks, but the RNC stick heads deeper into sand. How tone-deaf, caravan intensive does the political party do to dismiss the greatest crisis that we face? These people are so stupid. Really? Okay. So the RNC, the one that has limited time to talk about stuff, they can't just talk about anything. So they're supposed to talk about forest fires in California, right? And so these fires are just going to be raging during election time? Right. No, the fires won't be raging during election time. These people are stupid. They're stupid. They're writing this to the audience. They want you to click on it and subscribe to Newsweek. That's the point. It's an opinion masquerading as news. They claim that they are the factually correct news organization, that they are not Fake Newsweek. But the way that they get subscriptions is by mixing in this opinion with news. And when you mix in opinion with news, it becomes fake news, unless you were debunking fake news, in which case it'd just be an opinion. I personally am, I introduce opinion with my news, but I am not doing it to try to get a subscription from you. I'm doing it because the left came for me. They canceled me. They destroyed my life. I have no one to speak for me. This is my only way to speak. This is my only way that I can reach the outside world, where I can have a positive effect on democracy, where I can help conserve classical liberalism, the Constitution, free speech. This is what I'm doing. But what? I'm just so tired of it. I'm just so tired of fake news week. Just flooding this RSS feed with fake news articles. Like, I read so many fake news articles from Newsweek every single day. Every single day. Nonstop. Fake news spewing out of fake Newsweek, Daily Fake Mail, Washington Fake Post, New York Fake All the Times, New York Fake Post, The Guardian of Fake News, the Baloney Broadcasting Company, Not True Public Radio. I'm just tired of it. This next article from the Daily Mail: Border Patrol rescues immigrant abandoned by human smugglers. Border Patrol agents from the El Centro sector rescued a 55-year-old man who was having heat stroke after he was left behind by human traffickers in Jacuma, California. Jacuma. So here's the video. 115-degree heat. So, if you vote for me in 2024, I am running on the campaign of building the moat. We will build a moat across the southern border of U.S. and Mexico. We were going to drain the swamp. We're going to fill the moat full of alligators, snakes, eels, piranhas, and sharks with lasers on their heads. Going to put lions and tigers and bears and hippos, wolves, packs of wild dogs. And then we are going to make a petting zoo. And it's a tourist attraction where people on both sides of the border will be able to come to the petting zoo. And they will be able to see all the animals. And so it's not racist, because Mexicans aren't a race of people. They are an ethnicity. And it's just funny. It is just a tourist attraction. It's meant for laughs. And it's also meant to... make sure that the 4 out of 5 border crossers that are getting past the border undetected, that they can't come into the country and cause a situation where 56% of the illegal immigrants in the U.S. are from Mexico. There's about 20 illegal immigrants for every homeless person on the street. Almost 11 of them are from Mexico. These Mexicans are bringing in cartel dope. They're getting people high as a kite on meth and heroin and fentanyl that they're getting from the Chinese Nazi Party. And they're using that as a form of chemical warfare. Sorry, the Chinese are using it as a form of chemical warfare. And their goal is to take out the white man in America. That's their goal. The white man is the majority of the fighting age men in America. They are the ones that are preventing them from having their socialist utopia, because they won't share equally with the socialist Latinos that they're flooding in through these sanctuary states and through these Democrat-controlled immigration laws. They have created a system where This is the proposed immigration by scenario 2019, or this is from the US Census Bureau, figure 1 of, what was it? US Census Bureau 2017 national population projections. I think it was entitled A Changing Nation. So here we can see the immigration scenarios, where if we have no immigration scenario, our population decreases. So that means that Latinos in the U.S. and white people and black people and Asians all have a birth rate below replacement rate. Here's a graph of the birth rates. You can see they're all dipping. They're going to go down about a half a child. We're at 1.6 children per woman. So that means you're going to be about only child in by about 2050. You'll be an only child, at which point in time our numbers will be cut in half every 20 or every 40 years. They'll be cut every single average mating cycle of a woman. Probably more like 35 or even 30. They just cut our population in half. And this is what the Chinese want to do. They want to get you strung out on dope. They want to make it so that the women are working 40, 60, 80 hours a week, that the white man is poor. They're hooked on dope. They can't enforce their immigration laws. And then they want to flood you with immigrants because 2/3 of them vote for Democrats. So the Democrats don't want to enforce their border laws because it gets to boost their population. These immigrants vote. They are a permanent underclass. So they are cheap labor. They are... they're saying that they're trying to do this for diversity reasons, but in reality, they just want a cheap supply of labor and more customers. These people are all motivated by profit. You're talking about California Democrats here, dude. Like the most corrupt Democrats in the entire country come from California. They're detestable, absolute detestable leftist shit-sucking scum. Like Kamala the Snitch Harris, like that one. They're horrible. They're the worst of the worst politicians out there, period. They do not give a flying fuck about, they hate me. They want me to die. They do not want me to have any sort of power at all. This is why I have to take them out, because it's either me or them. And it's going to be them getting taken out. So we can see the Republicans have been saying they wanted the low immigration scenario, the 376.2 million people. The Democrats want the high immigration scenario. The difference is 70 million people. That's a massive amount of pollution. There's about 6 million illegal immigrants from Mexico in the United States. I live in Oregon. It's about population about 4 million people. So that's 1.5 times the size of my state worth of illegal immigrants from Mexico only. And so we've had the pandemic happened, and so we're advocating now for a complete immigration freeze until we can recover. And there's nothing racist about it. We are in a bad position. We've had this crisis with the Democrats fucking up everything. They've destroyed almost everything. They really do have it hell bent to have cultural Marxism be the big win. They want to destroy your culture because it's racist. You can't have that. American culture has always been racist. Ever since its beginning, it's always been racist, dude. It's always been that the white people have been in control, and that's been the culture. We do have hip-hop culture. That's pretty black. I don't think that it's a white culture, but I do think that a lot of the black people act white. So I do believe in some regards, it's like they don't respect that. They don't respect our culture, even though the black guys that act like white, they love it. They're like, yeah, I like acting white. That's totally cool. But hip-hop is a big part of our culture. That is not a white thing. That is a multicultural thing. So in which case, that means that white nationalism is not true. It's not. We are not a white culture. We're a mixed identity culture. And you don't want to have a heterodoxy. You don't want to have a monoculture. You want to have a diverse culture. But we're not trying to wipe our people off the maps. So we're going to have to do something about this because apparently the Democrats care so much about global warming that they want our population to go down. Yet they want the to not control immigration because it's racist. But what's that going to do? It's going to cause our population to explode, and then because our birth rate's low, then it causes our people to get wiped off the map. That's what Kamala the Snitch Harris wants. That's what they are going for. They do not want to help white people out. No, they want to take the money from the white people and give it to the minorities to get the women to vote for them. That's their goal. That's their game. That's their game. Rob Peter to pay Paul. That's why they're corrupt as fuck. They don't give a fuck, dude. They think the white man's racist and you need to take him out. They're a threat. They're a major threat to our democracy. Where are we at? I only got a couple more. We got some important ones, though, so can't just give up. Here, this next article from New York Post. Arsonist torches Jewish student center in University of Delaware. A scummy arsonist, piece of shit, torched the Jewish student center in the University of Delaware this week. Though fire marshals have stopped short of calling the incident a hate crime, according to the officials, a new report. The blaze broke out just after 11 p.m. Tuesday after the Shabbat Center for Jewish Life, the New York Posted reported ... So you can see in this thing, said they stopped short of calling the incident a hate crime, according to official report. So what they're trying to do is they want to paint it like it's a hate crime, so you'll click on it. Because if the story was there was an accidental fire, we don't know that it was arson, we don't know that they did it for that, then you wouldn't click on it. So how do they know it was an arsonist? No one was inside. Criminal arson investigations underway. Investigators following up on leads. Assistant State Fire Marshal G. Conoco said on the outlets fire caused it. So they don't know. They just said, because they're the fake New York Post, they just want you, they'll do anything to get you to like the post, watch the ads, buy the product, and vote for them. That's why they are detestable shit-sucking pawn scum. So there was no hate crime. Fire marshal said they found no hate crime motivation. And so what did it look like? It's a Shabbat. Yeah, it sucks, man. Why you got to target Jews? I don't know. I just think that's pretty detestable. I don't think the Jews are like bad people. I really do like Jews. I think they're great. Except for the lefties. The lefties are just like the other lefties. You know, one lefty's the same. Doesn't matter if you're Jew or not. A lot of these Jewish people are engaging in leftism, but not all of them. There's also a lot of really conservative ones. So I wouldn't paint them as a leftist. I would paint them as just people. I don't really have too much else to say about this because we don't know enough to actually make any sort of comments on it. Just something that happened. Hit the pedophile. All right. Trevor Noah. This next article from Fake Newsweek. Trevor Noah asked why Jacob Blake was shot 7 times, but Kyle Rittenhouse wasn't considered a threat. Well, that's because the people who Kyle Rittenhouse killed and blew off the arm of, they were attacking him. They had just burned a car lot down. They had like smashed up a bunch of cars and they set them on fire. And that guy was trying to stop these people. And then they attacked him. They threw a Molotov cocktail at him. He was shot at once. There was one shot fired at him. He was hit with a skateboard. He was hit with rocks. And he acted in self-defense. And then he walked towards the police officers with his hands up, with his assault rifle at his side, like a boss. That was a boss as fuck move. That was one of the most badass things I've ever seen. And he walked up with respect, as opposed to these scummy black looter mobs who come up and they're like, man, why always gotta be messing with me, man? Why is everyone gotta be me, man? So they're always messing with you. Huh. Maybe you should stay away from that guy. Maybe you should stay away from that guy. And then you got Jacob Blake, who was the rapist, beat and raped his girlfriend. Then he went to their house when he wasn't allowed to. He had a warrant out for his arrest for raping and beating his girlfriend. He had a prior offense where he had pulled a gun on someone in a bar, and then there was an altercation with the police officer, and he got a criminal record from it. And then he went to that house, and he took his ex-girlfriend's or his girlfriend's keys. I don't know. They called him his girlfriend, probably the ex. And then he terrorized the family with a knife. And they didn't show you, but on the other side of the car, before the doctored clip that you only saw part of it, the cops were wrestling him to the ground when he had a knife in his hand, and they tased him. And then he ran around the car, and he got in the car where there was a bunch of kids, and he was going to try to drive off and engage in a high-speed chase with the cops, with the kids in the car. And so the female police officer shot him like she was supposed to. She did her job. She didn't want to. She wanted him to just go peacefully. But he instead put the children's lives in danger, and he was shot 7 times because it was... I mean, maybe she only needed to shoot once, but, you know, shooting 1 time or shooting 7 times is a little bit subjective. Say, oh, well, was it the first one or the last one that paralyzed him? Was it the first one? Okay, well, then what does it matter if you shot him 7 times? You shot him, right? Maybe he shouldn't have resisted arrest and tried to flee the scene with children in the car, and then he wouldn't have been shot. Because if you typically give police officers respect and you comply with their orders, they're actually really lovely people. I've personally had a number of run-in with the cops back when I used to be a mad doser at raves. Had my house raided by SWAT teams 3 times. Been at another bunch of places with SWAT teams raiding their places too. And I've never, ever, ever really felt like it was dangerous when the cop pointed the gun at me. He was just doing his job. I've also had multiple home invasion robberies happen. In Oregon, where there's only 1.9% black people, had 3 home invasion robberies, and every single time there was a black person there. No, an African American. I'm sorry, the Africans are not the same. The Africans are totally not, they are totally different. They're nothing like the African Americans. They are a different group of people. In fact, you could definitely say African Americans are their own race. I don't believe that they're the same race as Africans. I think that they're a mix of Caucasian and African and then some Latino, and that makes them substantially different than Africans. It makes them a unique group of people. Not like, I don't know. Maybe that's I don't know. But they just try to say like it's just the white cop killing the unarmed black man. But then you start looking into it, and it's like that Michael Brown thing, you know? It's like, no, he was trying to wrestle tried to take the cop's gun, dude. Then he got shot. Oh, okay. So it wasn't the way that the black looter mob told you in the fake news industrial complex. So that was all a lie. All right. How do we shut these people down? That's what we need to know. How do we shut these people down? This next article from Newsweek, MAGA hat-wearing woman attacked by protester at Back the Blue event in Oregon. Opposing sides met during the event outside Gresham City Hall, where Black Looter Mob flag is being flown. Video has emerged showing the man fighting with a woman wearing a MAGA hat and is flying the flying the flag waving at Oregon.
You punched a girl!
These people are just scummy.
What protect the fucking bitch? He punched the fucking woman.
Let me get this straight. They got other people right next to them that had a press thing on, right? You notice that? So it's perfectly fine if their press people are filming, but it's not fine if it's somebody from the other side. And that's because these people are detestable pond scum. They're trash. I'm not going to go to these protests because I'd just beat that chick's ass. I wouldn't care at that point in time. I would say, you know what? I'm just done with these people, and I would probably just wail on them. So I'm not going to go. I'm just going to do my reporting from here because I know I would probably go to jail.
How does it feel to be a traitor? How does it feel? How does it feel? How does it feel to support fascism and racism?
That's how it feels, bitch. People are brainwashed. I fucking hate that bitch, man. Really? That bitch just pissed me the fuck off, man. For real. All right. What are we at? Next Real Simple News. With science, we're going to explore the Schrödinger wave equation and how it relates to thermal relativity. How the geometry of the universe can be described through an inverse relation to mass, where 0 is less than mc squared over alpha. Sorry, mc squared in parens over alpha is less than e over alpha. It's less than 1. Sorry, less than or equal to e. Less than 1. And we're going to see that there's a correlation in between these particle physics and the periodic table of the element. Got the suicide one. We got that. Got threads. I'm going to ditch that one. Did we get that? Okay, so we got the self-classifying MNIST digits with a neural cellular autonoma. So that's how nerdy I am. We covered Kamala the Snitch Harris. Covered the China thing. The bunk news about the Palestinians. I'm just going to cut the rest off. That's it. There was a couple. Here, let's shame the Muslims for their crazy actions. This next article from the New York Post. Fugitive dad arrested for slaying teen daughters in honor killings. The Texas father, one of the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives, is wanted for slaying his 2 teen daughters, was busted after more than 12 years on the run. The federal law enforcement agency pronounced Yasser Abdel, said 63. He was arrested Wednesday by agents in the small town of Justin, about 36 ... About 36 miles northwest of Dallas, officials said. The Egyptian-born taxicab driver was sought on capital murder charges since the New Year's Day 2016 shootings of his 2 daughters. That is a pretty detestable thing. I don't know what the hell is up with these Muslims with their honor killings. It's just like, that's sick. Not quite as sick as, hold on. No, I think that's sicker than the false prophet Muhammad having a 6 to 9 year old child bride named Aisha. We already covered this once in the show. Mohammed's a pedophile. Mohammed Aisha. He had a child bride. He was 44. She was 6 to 9 years old. They don't want to tell you at the top, so they'll tell you down at the bottom of the top. He's a pedophile. These people worship a fucking pedophile, dude. That is disgusting. That's disgusting. They just kill their kids. Oh, yeah, it's honor. Right, honor. Right. He came from Egypt. Daughters were Sarah Yassir, 17, and Amina Yassir, 18, have been described as honor killings. Teens were found shot multiple times in a cab outside of Irving Motel after one of them called 911 saying she was dying. Help, the younger sister could be heard crying on 9/11 recording, "I'm dying. Oh my God, stop it." Relatives at the time told cops that Yassir threatened bodily harm against Sarah for going on a date with a non-Muslim. Because that's pretty detestable. You wonder why people don't like Muslims. Well, it's because they do that. It's pervasive, and they want to make it so that people can't enforce their immigration laws in Europe so that they could replace the white people with Muslims over there. Because in batshit crazy land, you pay mass migrants to move to Europe. They are crazy over there in Europe. They really need... All these liberals everywhere are problematic. They all say, oh no, I'm just fighting for equality, right? And who are they fighting? The conservative power structure. They're not going to give up the fruits of their labor without something in trade. That's why capitalism's great. That's why socialism is evil. It's because it causes people to kill people when they don't want to give up the fruits of their labor, or they just don't work. So they can't allow you to their daughters to date a non-Muslim, so they will murder them. Because that's how good of people they are. They kill their own family for going on a date with a normal person. With that, we're done for tonight. Thank you for watching Real Simple News with Kyle McCullough on Friday, August 29th. It is now Saturday. It's 3 a.m. We started at 9:30, so that's 5.5 hours worth of articles covering a plethora of information going down the intellectual dark web rabbit hole into the fake news industrial complex, into the corruption of the Democrats, the cyber warfare operations by the Chinese. We've got the censorship by Twitter. Whatever metrics have we hit? We've hit Epstein. We've hit pedophiles. We've hit corruption. We talked a little bit about thermal relativity. We've talked about just about every important issue in American politics. This is why Real Simple News is cool. If you can take my foul mouth, it's an awesome show. If you can't, they hate it. But you know what? Very few people actually hate the show. Vast majority of people who watch the show actually agree with me. So with that, I'm going to bid you adieu. Thank you for watching again. I do appreciate every like, subscribe, and retweet and follow. And until next time, you've been watching Captain Kabuki read you really simple news articles from the intellectual dark web. And until next time, as I say every time, farewell, sayonara, aloha, peace be with you, and Godspeed in your journeys.